Good morning, everybody. Just an information. If someone doesn't take the badges, you can find it outside the info point. If you don't have received yet, we have it outside, just in the info point.
We haven't figured out if Los David was the one who had it. No, I didn't also.
Yes.
So three questions. We are requesting not only for the legacy, but also for the future extended naval applications. Vicino a Malpensa di nave, so, Milano e
Good morning, everyone. Can we take our seats, please? We're just about to begin. I see some people are standing in the back, and maybe you have a better view from up there. Before we start, I'd just like to mention one thing, that we are on live stream all the way through, which means that we all have to stick to the timings. It's going to be incredibly important because there are lots of people out there watching and they want to step in the right time, so keep our timings. But before I'm moving on now, I'd like to invite Jacopo Prisinotti to the floor as the host of INAV and give you a few advisable words. Jacopo.
Thank you, Michael. And for everybody who doesn't know me, I think the message that Michael said to stick to the timing was especially referred to me. But anyway... So, good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, to all the people who took their precious time to come here to Rome, and to all the people. I've learned that there are about 1,000 links to the web streaming. So, a warm good morning to all the people who also took their time to get connected. Maybe a first warm thank to SESAR. For allowing us to host this very important event. I think on one side we are very proud. I have to say that we are always very anxious until today, because this is not just a meeting. It's a meeting, a wide meeting, but also there is physical demonstrations. And on top, since we were not happy enough, we have some live demos. So this morning we have experienced an Airbus flight, test flight, doing full data link, CPDLC and ASA sequencing emerging operations. By the way, we're going to have another one at 11:30, so who's ever going to be interested, I think it's nice to see it up on the demo room. So first thing, again, on behalf of ENAV, we're not only proud, but I think our view is that the global and the European dimension, in order to achieve a single model of operations, is the key to all our future successes. And there, I just wanted to mention very quickly where we are. We are just beside the Rome ACC, where we perform more or less 65-70% of the air traffic in Italy. We are in the engineering site right now, which is beside the ACC. And in this engineering site, we do the whole cycle from the idea to the putting in operations. And this is for us is a fundamental asset. We believe that operations, real operations, are not the one that we only perform today, but the operations are the ones we perform today. And by the way, ENAV, as you know, is best in class with no delay in any flight. But we believe we have to do the same in 2018, in 2025, in 2030. All these are operational moments. And in order to do that, we need to have a full integration of all the actors of the value chain, starting for the air traffic controllers. So the fact that everything is in one site not only helps, but gives the appropriate dimension of how effectively we can succeed. So very, very few words on swim. On ENAV side, we have a lot of expectations not only from this event, but from all the outputs of swim. Because in order to achieve all what I have just said, I believe that we need a very robust interoperability. It's a word which has been always used, probably misused a lot of times, but we need to achieve a seamless integration. And to do that, of course, full air-ground and full ground-ground integration are the key enablers where we're working hard to push and to achieve. And I think your work, the work that you're performing, I saw that there are a lot of interesting exercises in these days, are fundamental to achieve a robust success. So where you are today, the physical room is our pre-operational validation room. You see behind your shoulders the screens. And up in the next floor, we have the experimental site, What, of course, we are doing is we are clouding everything up, so all the infrastructure will be usable in the entire chain, and I think this is another step where we need to work hard on. This week, we also have another SESAR exercise, which is a virtual center exercise with CoFlight, where, again, we are working to visualize and to bring everything available whenever needed into a cloud. So this is our view of the future, and this is where we are already today starting to work. The last thing I wanted to mention on this is that it's also time to do this testing and these exercises very close to operations. I was amazed this morning because we took an important step to do this live trial, which I was describing before, so to have an Airbus flight connecting behind to an Alitalia passenger flight in automatic sequencing, not at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or during night, at 8 in the morning, where there were 60 movements arriving in 1 hour in Fiumicino Airport. So this message I want also to provide to you is refer to the fact that it's time to have also a cultural maturity among ATCOs, engineers, and all the actors of this environment to really work inside an operational environment and to demonstrate these kind of capabilities, of course, with all the safety redundancies needed. We had this morning, for instance, of course, shadow mode in the testing room, controllers connected to the flights in the ops room. We also had satellite phone calls to have a future redundancy. So, but this type of effectively doing the work will enable us to cut the time to operations, which is another fundamental step to do. Having said this, I think I took my 10 minutes, maybe I was even better, and I would really thank you again for taking your time to come all the way to Ciampino. I'm sure it's going to be exciting 2 days, and I'm also sure that all the colleagues that will follow me will give full knowledge of the importance of the meeting of today. So maybe Florian, the floor now is yours.
Thank you very much, Jacopo. Good morning, everyone. Good morning for those of you as well that are watching us through live streaming from around the world. I really wanted to start by expressing my gratitude to ENAV, to the personal engagement as well of Jacopo and of your team, Jacopo, in setting up this incredible demonstration and event that we have here. For all of you that have been working in operational facilities, you know how hard it is to put something together in a place like this, to have 150 plus participants, to have a big number of showcases, stands, and so on. It's very, very hard to make it concrete. But what I want to stress, this is really the spirit of SESAR, of making things happening with the industry, with the operational partners, and to get close to the operations. And this is really here today, being close, as you said, to the Rome SEC, being in the a few meters aside from the ops room in the technical center, is really, really what is at the heart of SESAR in terms of driving innovation into operations and making things very concrete. So thanks again a lot for making this possible today. This is really an incredible achievement. I wanted to say as well that I'm extremely honored by the take-up that we have in this event, by the number of participants from around the world, from all the different partners, swim partners that we have on board. Here today in this room, but as well through the live streaming. You will see during this event a number of applications of swim which are not just European ones. They are really through a worldwide approach. And this is a dimension I wanted to stress in this introduction. This swim demonstration is a part of a chain. It's a part of demonstrations that we perform in the wide context of ICAO, and in particular with a very strong cooperation with our colleagues from NextGen, from the FAA. This is a kind of a sister or brother event to the ones that the FAA carried out a few weeks ago in Florida, and this is really as well the spirit of what SWIM is about, to bring people together, to bring the aviation community together from around the world. That's really an important dimension, and thanks again for all the different partners that we have here with us today from that have made the effort to get to Europe or to get connected to Europe, either physically or virtually through SWIM. I wanted to say as well that I'm extremely proud as Executive Director of the SJU to be here today. Proud because what we do here is not a paper exercise. It's not high-level political speeches that you can hear here and there. It's really a very concrete achievement. What you will see here is a way to change aviation, to change the way we are running our business in air traffic management. The spirit is really as well to be able to showcase today the benefits of SWIM. And just to recall a few of them very quickly, there are technical benefits attached to SWIM in the way we conceive, we develop the system through a much more collaborative approach, through reusage of codes, of elements, building blocks, libraries, and so on. There are very as well tangible business benefits in building a system which is much more agile, much more flexible, that are has shorter life cycles in terms of upgrading, that brings as well added value to the air traffic management systems that we have today. And there are as well, and I think this is probably the most important thing, very concrete operational benefits. And this is for me again the spirit of being here today. These benefits at the end of the day, they have to reach the operations, they have to reach the ops room of the air traffic management, they have to reach the cockpits, they have to reach the airline operation centers. We have example today of SWIM services that are not just in demonstration, but that are live, that are working in operations. We start to roll them out in the context of the deployment, and I'm extremely pleased as well to have Massimo Garbini here representing the deployment manager. We are rolling this out in the context of SESAR deployment with extended arrival management, with network management capabilities, with airport CDM capabilities. A number of those elements are actually based on SWIM services. So all this together makes this event very, very important for the SESAR community, for the SESAR family. And I think one of the reasons as well why I'm extremely proud is because I think what we do here is the start of something. It's really a way of pioneering what is coming in aviation, what is the next challenge of aviation, of connected aviation. And this, I think this is really something that will keep us busy as well as the new generation. And I see a number of young faces in the room, which is very good for our business, I think. That will keep us very busy for the next 20 years probably and ahead in terms of how we're going to transform this passionate domain which is aviation. So I wanted to just finish this introduction by mentioning that this event is coming at a very important time. This is, as you know, the closure of the first SESAR program. And I couldn't dream today of any better achievement than having a SWIM event at the same time as we run very critical exercises in the very same location, in the same airspace, in the Italian airspace, with I-40 trial, as you said, coupled with a number of other dimensions, which makes it probably the most complicated exercise we've ever done in SESAR. But again, with the same spirit of being very concrete, very operational, because this is taking place in shadow modes, but as well with real life flight tests. This event come as well at a time where we are wrapping up things for SESAR 1 and getting the impulsion to get into SESAR 2020. So I hope as well you will get out of this event a very strong feeling of where SESAR is driving us. And I hope all of you that are participants, you will take as well some time to look at what the others are doing, because that's the spirit of being here today all together. So to conclude, I wish you a very fruitful event. Thanks again to our host for organizing all that. And I will hand over straight away to the two keynote speeches that we have through video recording. One from Steve Kramer from the ICAO Director, Air Traffic Management Bureau, and one from Jim Heck, the FAA Assistant Administrator for NextGen. So thanks again, have a good day, and with no transition, we go to those videos. Thank you.
Greetings from ICAO headquarters here in Montreal, Canada. I'm Stephen Creamer, and I'm the Director of the Air Navigation Bureau at ICAO. It's my pleasure to address the SESAR Swim global demonstration taking place in Rome. My main regret is not being able to be there with you in person. I'd like to begin by stressing that today, seeing is believing. Moving paper ideas to hands-on demonstrations is essential in proving, showing, and communicating the results of the various interoperable solutions that are now ready for implementation. This is why ICAO highly encourages this SESAR demonstration and other similar activities, because we believe it will communicate the usefulness of the Global Air Navigation Plan and the related aviation system block upgrades. Both the SESAR joint undertaking and the Federal Aviation Administration have organized demonstrations throughout this year. These provide real-world implementation solutions under ICAO's Aviation System Block Upgrade umbrella and illustrate a path for ICAO members to move forward in a coordinated global context. So let me first acknowledge and commend SESAR and the FAA for organizing these significant aviation initiatives. This SESAR demonstration and showcase builds on common industry standards designed to enable seamless coordination across FIR, state, and regional boundaries, as well as enhanced system interoperability. These efforts are necessary for aviation optimization, as it shows the potential benefit of the Aviation System Block Upgrades, or ASBUs, offers lessons learned to support ICAO member states, and reinforces the fact that technologies like SWIM have arrived and are already accessible to all states and the aviation industry. Specifically, System-Wide Information Management, or SWIM, allows for the sharing of information at the right time and to the right people, which is an essential enabler for future capacity-enhancing ATM applications. To achieve this, aviation and ATM systems have to be interoperable and harmonized through standardized data models and the free global exchange of data. This is a key step towards a more data-driven, safe, cyber-secure, and seamlessly coordinated environment, which is at the heart of the ICAO Global ATM operational concept and the vision of future ATM systems. From the ICAO perspective, and in the context of this event, being able to see SWIM through real applications across diverse systems is critical to understanding the SWIM concept and its real-world operational benefits. Because of the importance ICAO places on SWIM, we have now established a dedicated program office to support SWIM development in a more coordinated and expedited manner. The main task ahead is the completion of the SWIM concept, with expected applicability of the SWIM governance and architectural components by 2018. Once architecture and governance is determined, the full development of meteorological, aeronautical, information management, communication, and flight and flow components can be built in a coherent manner. After this, implementation rollout can then be effectively undertaken. The air-ground dimension of SWIM will be phased in at a later date as airborne participation is added to the SWIM community. While a service-oriented architecture enables ATM service providers to deliver global interoperability and governance permits harmonization, the SWIM concept neither prescribes nor expects a single global application. Instead, the concept allows for a standard implementation of specific components when and where required. Rest assured, ICAO is monitoring early SWIM implementation in every region to ensure that it is commensurate with the global concept. In closing, allow me to again commend SESAR in collaboration with its global partners, including the FAA, for organizing these important forums and for providing the opportunity to see firsthand how SWIM applications will improve information exchange with all aviation stakeholders. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you, and I wish you all a very successful event.
Good morning. I'm Jim Eck, the Assistant Administrator for NextGen with the FAA. Aviation is a global business, connecting millions of people around the world. Last year, more than a fifth of all airline passengers in the United States were international passengers. That's about 20% higher than in 2010. IATA forecasts 7 billion global airline passengers will travel in 2034, about double the 2015 level. To accommodate this growth, we will need a concerted global collaboration that embodies 3 key elements. First, a harmonized information exchange built on common standards. Second, seamless coordination across flight information regions and state boundaries. And finally, technical automation interoperability. To advance this process, it is essential that the FAA work in collaboration with the SESAR joint undertaking. By doing this, we can highlight emerging global exchange models and demonstrate system-wide information management interoperability to international aviation authorities and industry vendors. I am very proud of our recent success with the FAA-led mini-global exercise in Florida, and I am pleased to see the coordinated SESAR SWIM global demonstration led by the SESAR joint undertaking in Rome this week. These 2 demonstrations showcase SWIM's benefits from a business, operational, and technical perspective. Furthermore, they validate the ICAO SWIM concept of operations through actual global SWIM service development, including the SWIM registry. By working together, the FAA, SESAR, and other nations are leading ICAO's strategic vision of a globally connected, seamless air traffic management system. Ultimately, our goal is to support seamless interoperability and harmonization, and to provide a mechanism for air navigation service providers and airspace users to make ATM systems more efficient. Global collaboration depends on information exchange and coordination among all air navigation service providers and users. Interoperability is an essential enabler in accomplishing this, and the SESAR joint undertaking, the FAA, and other nations represented today are working together worldwide to lead the way. This is a major milestone and a source of pride for all of us. I wish you all a very productive and successful demonstration.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruben Floor. After all these nice words of introduction, it's now time for a little education about what SWIM really is. Prior to doing the real demonstrations itself, I think I would like to have everyone establish a baseline of knowledge to make sure that you can put things in perspective. So first of all, I don't think this is very new information for the people here in the room, but for those that are watching our live stream, just a small introduction of SESAR. This SESAR is an initiative, as a joint undertaking with the founding members Eurocontrol and the European Commission, and it's a multi-stakeholder approach, which means that we have all the ATM stakeholders that are somehow related to air traffic management are jointly building and delivering new concepts. This started quite some time ago already with the definition phase. We are just ending the first research phase and moving towards deployment, and at the same time, as Florian already mentioned, also launching the next research program. And being also at the verge between research and deployment, it means that this is a good time to make sure everyone understands the outcome of SESAR in terms of SWIM as well. A little reference back to ICAO terminology, and I put this slide in because to underline that we're not using just SESAR technology here. As we are trying to achieve global interoperability, we have to start with the same language on a global level, which means that we have been using ICAO terms for all the stakeholders as well. So this is taken from the GATMOC, the Global ATM Operational Concept. And as you can see here, all the stakeholders are here mentioned, and you'll see later on when we run the technical demonstrations that we use these acronyms to explain, because all the systems, the stakeholder names vary throughout the world, but we use this as a reference so that everyone understands what's going on in the different technical demonstrations when we demonstrate with Australia, Emirates, Brazil, and the United States. Also relevant here, I think that also in the GATMOC, you'll see collaborative decision making throughout various stages: strategic, scheduling, tactical planning, and flight operations. And what we see here is that collaborative decision making brings all these stakeholders together in all those phases, and for that we have been developing system-wide information management to enable this further collaboration. I take that one slide further, which is a slide taken from the ICAO ATM RPP panel. It's the panel for integration of all the concepts at ICAO level. And this was prepared for a paper, a joint paper in that panel, which is called Trajectory-Based Operations. And it's basically defining the end goal vision, which is gluing all the stakeholders, which you see here, gluing them together by instead of having, let's say, strict distinctions between the different phases, trying to more and more integrate them by having better exchange of information that allows for collaborative decision making. So relevant here is the global actors, in particular airspace user operations, flight crew, flight operations center, as the requirements for global interoperability are in particular driven by the airspace users here, because they need to be able to interoperate with any part of the world. And that's why we've been initiating and driving, also together with the US here, with the Mini Global 2, the need and let's say the demonstrations to show that this is what we are heading for. So one step after synchronization of information is that there are still a couple of steps ahead, I think, and it's not necessarily SWIM. SWIM is enabling to take the next step, which is to further improve collaborative decision making, but how that is actually done is what Florian already mentioned before in a couple of operational improvements which are developing, things like demand and capacity balancing, short-term ATFCM measures, arrival management, which is actually implementing that, but it's based on the SWIM standards. So SWIM is an enabler because it makes it easier to connect all these stakeholders. What is interoperability? Interoperability has a number of layers in there. And if we start at the top, we see organizational alignment. That's not SWIM, but still, we can only start understanding each other on a global level if we understand each other's operational organizational concepts as well. Like, for example, in Europe, we have a network manager. The flow management in the United States is slightly different, so we have to understand the differences and also map those in order to be able to identify the needs for information exchange and collaboration. And that's just one example. You see the same for airport collaborative decision making, which has its regional differences as well. Going one step down, process alignment. So having identified the organizations first, the next step is taking it a level deeper and identify which processes need information from each other. Once you've done that, next layer, and here is where we start touching into SWIM, is semantic interoperability, semantic alignment, which means that when information is being exchanged or when there is collaborative decision making, both the sender and the receiver need to have the same language, understand the same concept. It's what we call semantic interoperability. And I give an example. So if someone would be asking for runway information, and I would assume that I just give him a heading and a length of the runway, but it was actually looking for navigational capabilities, we're not speaking the same language. So semantic interoperability is required in order to be able to talk to each other. Take it one step further, it's where it becomes coded. So XML is a good example. It's basically how do you encode the information. So even if we understand the same concepts, if I'm talking meters and someone else is talking yards, we're still not agreeing that. We still have a mismatch there. So obviously we're not talking in units here, but we're talking in computer language. And taking it one step further down, this is where we start looking into communication protocols of computers. So we're talking SOAP, REST, AMQP, OGC. Let's say this is touching upon the standards for service information exchange. Lowest layer is the IP layer, it's a transport layer. So transport layer is outside the scope of SWIM, but still it is the foundation for SWIM itself. Without having a transport layer, it's not possible to exchange information. And transport could be done internet, extranet, a closed VPN, but also wireless, Aeromax, Datacom. So there are different means to do the transport on. And still you can use, with those different means, the same standards to achieve semantic, syntax, and interaction interoperability. So that leads me to the drivers for starting to build on SWIM. SWIM, I think when I came in, I noticed, that was 5 years ago, I think now, when I started working on SWIM, I noticed that a lot of people had an understanding of SWIM as a big pool. Everyone throws in information and everyone can take out information. And actually, that is not really the concept. It's not going to work because there's, in the information, a lot of that information is confidential, it's sensitive. You don't want to share it with everyone. You want to be able to share it in a trusted environment. So what it means is, in terms of requirements that we identified when starting to define SWIM, we had 3 key items: easy access of information, building on trust. So trust has 2 elements in it. So one is trust that if the information is given to the SWIM network, that it's not being abused. And the second one is that if you take information out, that you can rely on that information. And cost reduction. So cost reduction is very much related to building on standards. When you think back about the previous slides on the trajectory-based operations, you may notice that moving towards this end vision, we'll still have to go through a number of new cycles. So the end result of SESAR 1 in this case is already a good couple of steps, but we're launching a new program, and the new program will deliver further steps towards this end vision. And if we have a baseline established that allows for easy and flexible exchange of information, we can also make it easier to adapt to any new operational improvements. So that's one of the aims. I think then I covered that. So that brings me to the definition of SWIM. SWIM consists of standards, infrastructure, and governance, enabling the management of ATM information and its exchange between qualified parties via interoperable services. Now that's a mouthful, and it took a long time to get to this definition. So in order to make you understand it, there's a bit of animation behind it that should make it easier to understand what it means here. So the animation is here. We have qualified parties. So it's not everyone. It's not access for everyone. It's for those on a need-to-know basis. Qualified parties. It's about ATM information that we want to exchange. And we do that in a service-oriented architecture approach. Services, based on services. It's a key element of SWIM. At the foundation layer, I already mentioned the protocol stacks, the IP layer, the transport layer. We need a SWIM infrastructure to exchange the services that are, or to exchange the information that runs through those services. We need a network infrastructure, and really, really important, if we want to achieve global interoperability, we need to build on standards. Standards on all of these layers. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges that we have when we are challenging the whole world to demonstrate global interoperability, is that we're testing the standards that we have developed most of them already at the global level, not all of them, and we're actually now in the process of testing how far we are apart, and that is also lessons learned that we feed back later into ICAO. Last but not least, governance, swim governance. The way that is defined in SESAR is that there is, let's say, a set of rules required in order to ensure that there is a controlled evolution of those standards. So even if we have standards and they're supposed to be stable, that's why there's standards, things are evolving over time. Technologies change. ATM information, which is captured or defined in information models, will need to be evolved over time as we develop new operational concepts, for example. So that means that if there is adjustment on those standards, that we need to have a controlled environment to do that so that everyone can trust that the standards that we're using are not going out of control at some point. It's again about trust. So once we have done that, in the end, it is obviously the systems itself. So they use services to get the information, to send the information, to do the collaborative decision making. But in the end, we're talking meteo systems, aeronautical information management systems, air traffic control systems, network management systems. And then the last, and very relevant, I think already mentioned now, it's not just a set of services, but it's the way we develop those services that makes it agile, that makes it flexible for the future, and also cost effective. So what's underneath? Half of this is a bit repetition, a bit rewording of what we saw before, but it's a different structure to present. This is the heart of it. So we have the service implementation in the end. In order to build the service implementation, we need, first of all, logically to understand what should the service do, which is the information that we want to exchange, what kind of quality of service requirements do we need, what is the latency, do we have any requirements on persistency, things like that. Access, message exchange patterns, we'll talk about that later. Then on top of that, on the side here, you see the information models starting from very high level conceptual definitions, which are actually coming from ICAO already, apart from where there is being evolution coming from NextGen or from SESAR or any other research program. So that is defined, merged into a refined logical data model, and that is then transformed into a technical data format which the computers understand. So if you combine the technical data format and a logical service definition with, and that's the last part, the common protocols, which is what we call the SWIM technical infrastructure profile, then you have a binding of those three things. We unambiguously define how to implement a service. And that's what we're aiming to demonstrate. You will see the demonstration later today and tomorrow, is that by applying this logic, we have managed to speed up the whole systems development significantly and actually led to service development sometimes in weeks or in months, but very often in weeks and sometimes even in days or in nights. So just building on the standards that we have here. The standards that we have identified so far in SESAR is a yellow profile, a blue profile, and a purple profile, with the idea that even though we want to preferably have one standard is a bit one bridge too far, because that would require a requirement on the profile which is extremely reliable, extremely fast, and which would make it way too expensive for a lot of other applications. So we ended up for ground with two profiles. Blue profile for extreme robust, extreme reliable, and the yellow profile for lower latency requirements and that are also less expensive. And then the last one is the purple profile. It's the air to ground profile, which has been developed in SESAR 1, but it's not finished yet. We will continue to do that in the next program. So a little about business benefits. I won't elaborate too long on this because we'll have a full panel on this later on. And I think what you see here is basically the ideas coming from SESAR. But I think the challenge for these 2 days is the people out here listening to this whole information. I would like you to challenge to think about these benefits and see whether you actually recognize them in the demonstrations and whether you see any benefit from your own perspective in applying these principles. So, a couple of them from a business perspective: agility, mentioned that already, flexibility and global uptake. And one of the reasons for being more flexible in the future is that, and it's in particular XML, is that by having these new kinds of technologies, it allows for not everyone to evolve at the same pace. So if you compare that to, for example, the deployment of Flight Plan 2012, at this moment it had to be a big bang in the whole world. If we now move to SWIM standards, and we have achieved that as a baseline, we can actually move at different paces, and it remains interoperable. Cost effectiveness because of service-oriented architecture, global interoperability by using common methods and standards, secured information. Again, this is about trust. If it's not secured, it's going to be hard to know whether you can trust the information, and it's also hard to know whether you can trust that the information will not be abused. From an operational perspective, SWIM is just an enabler. That's really relevant to know. So yet, if we would only demonstrate the enabler showing the exchange of information, the demonstration would not be that interesting for most of you, and it would not start you think about what the potential benefits are from a business perspective. So what we did in the technical demonstrations is actually take it one step further and look at really connecting with examples of doing this information exchange to show what you can do once you have easy access to this information. Couple of things which are relevant to mention here: filtering, alerting, visualization. The reason that this is relevant is that by using SWIM standards, the computers start to understand as well what the information looks like. It's predefined, and that makes it really easy to filter out specifically for a flight, specifically for a specific time window. By registering to any updates that are relevant for a flight, you could get automated alerts, for example, to an electronic flight bag or to an FOC. And also for visualization, you'll see that later on, the power of having well-encoded information makes it easy to graphically visualize, a lot more attractive and easier to understand, and creating awareness than is currently possible by only having text messages. From a technology perspective, reuse of code, rapid development, we'll see that later in the panel on collaboration, how that worked in practice and how that led to an improved speed of development. Reuse of services, common standards, and a collaborative environment. Again, collaborative is key word here, because if we want to do this in a global environment, we need to collaborate. Now, a short introduction to the joint interoperability demonstrations. A bit of background. In 2013, at the World ATM Conference in Madrid, we did an intra-European SWIM interoperability demonstration already, which was a big success at the time, and it was demonstrating the interaction or information exchange between SESAR partners as far as we had SWIM developed at that time, and then in parallel to that, and a bit afterwards as well, we ran a couple of SWIM masterclasses where we challenged the community out there, the global community, to just play with the principles that were developed. And that actually led to a significant increase in understanding how to use the standards, what worked well. It led to significant feedback, which made us optimize the standards that we had. And it also was a good opportunity to get the whole world familiarized with the concept of SWIM. So it is time now to take it to the next step towards global interoperability, and mentioned already a couple of times. 6 weeks ago, FAA had organized Mini Global 2, and one of the demonstrations that we will see is a joint demonstration between the United States and Europe, and that demonstration will run exactly the same in the Mini Global 2 event, and both are contributing to the ICAO umbrella of explaining or demonstrating SWIM. Also, we had in May an ICAO APAC workshop in Bangkok, and now we're doing in Europe a SESAR SWIM global demonstration. Objectives: to demonstrate global interoperability, to demonstrate benefits, which I just mentioned, and also, and that's really relevant, and I want to underline the relevance of this, to capture lessons learned and feed that back into ICAO. And we saw the same, again, I mentioned the Mini Global 2. We ended up with a very frank feedback on what worked well and what still needs improvement. And I think that is the open discussion on that is really relevant in order to improve and make it a real strong concept. We're feeding it back into the ICAO Information Management Panel. In terms of the demonstrations, what you'll see today is first we start with the FA Next Gen SESAR, and later on today, globally available swim data sources, which is basically a demonstration showing which information is already available today from operational environments. And then tomorrow, we're having a demonstration with Australia, United Arab Emirates, and Europe in one demonstration, connecting all of that together. One with Brazil and one with Mongolia. Characteristics. All ATM stakeholders mentioned before in the ICAO GATMOC are present in some of those demonstrations. And we're showing how that leads to improved situation awareness and planning. The scope includes aeronautical, meteorological, flight and network information, and it's shared and continuously updated information. What you'll see in the demonstrations is that the demonstrations are simulations. One of those is actually also run with a live flight, which has been recorded, which is a mixture of operational data combined with services that were available during the run execution of that flight. We'll come back to that later in the demo 3, how that works in practice. Also, during this event, we'll have a couple of panel sessions. I mentioned them before. So one on swim collaboration, one on swim benefits. I'll do a recap on the lessons learned before we go to the last panel, swim next steps, because I suspect that once we discuss all the lessons learned, that will feed the discussion on next steps as well. Other than that, on both days, both today immediately after the lunch and tomorrow, we have a 2-hour showcase run where we have 12 showcases out here in this building, and Luigi will talk about it later about the layout of that. What we challenged here is those that had solutions building on these swim principles to showcase it here. Some of those showcases are actually related to the demonstrations which we see here in the main conference room. So, for example, these. So it's aeronautical information. We have a separate showcase up there, and they are live connecting to the demonstration that we have here. While at the same time, and it's just an example, so we have the same for the digital briefing, for the network manager, for weather information, for airport solutions. So these are live connections to the showcases up there, while, and that's relevant to know, we're talking global demonstrations, we are also having live connections with systems all over the world. And that's what we're going to show here later on in the demonstration. We put on the screens with all these different systems. How am I doing in the time? Yeah? Because I'm done. Are we already ready to start? I'm looking at the... Yeah, take a minute. Yeah.
I just have a quick message from the organizers. Those of you who haven't got a badge, please bring out your boarding passes and you can pass it along to Cara, who will come along in the room in just a couple of seconds from the back, and she will get your badges for you. It's important because Rome ACC is an operational facility. You're not allowed to walk around here freely without a badge. You have to make sure that if you don't have it, bring your boarding pass to Cara, and Cara will organize so you get a badge. Now I can hand over the word again to you, Ruben.
Okay, we're doing a last systems check at this moment to make sure that all the systems are up and running and the simulations are being prepared. We're a little ahead of schedule, so I think we need a couple of minutes, which means that we could use that for any questions so far on the concept. No questions. That's going to be too easy. Everyone really understands everything already. Yeah. Indeed. Maybe you should come up for the jokes. Shall we do that now? Yeah? You do it. Take some time.
As we got another 10 minutes before we move on for the demonstration of the first joint interoperability demonstration, I was just thinking, just to get you prepared for the sessions and the showcase sessions, and you've got your numbers on your badges here. That's going to be organized in a certain way. So if I may, can I ask all the showcase leaders to come up here on stage? There's one. I think I need 12. But it's just for all of you to get to know who they are, and they will show you the numbers, and we'll come back to that, and I'll come back to the timing later on, which is also important. Oh, there you go. There you go. And this is, of course, for everyone in this room. For those of you live streaming, you don't have to bother about the numbers. I think you can follow as we go. So here they are, and the intention... How many are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4. ENAV. Cristiano, get up on stage. You're 3. Oh, that's okay, but you can. You're 3, so we will make sure that happens. Why don't you move up in the middle a little bit there, so I don't get squeezed in front of me? That's okay. So, whilst we're waiting for... It's a little bit of a team-building exercise, this, so you see that. Have we got number 1 here? Paul, can you raise your number 1? Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 9 is missing. 10. 11 is missing. 11 is there. And there's a number 12 as well, right? Anyway, check your badges now. And for those who haven't got badges, make sure you get one. And follow these faces when we start the showcases. Now, the intention here is that... Hang on. Quiet. Yeah, I will take care of the mess. The intention here is that when we get back after lunch, we get back into this room where all these people will be on stage, and you will follow them to the different showcases according to the numbers you have on your badge. Is that clear to everyone? I'd like to see some raising hands here. Yeah, fine, you got it. That's very, very good. So I think the next step here, Luigi, is to show you the floor plan so that you get a hang of exactly where we are and where you're going. You've also got the floor plan in your little thing in your pack, which you got with you. But it's just to enlighten you, to make sure that you're not creating as much of a mess as I'm doing with this one. Luigi?
Yes. So good morning, everybody. My name is Luigi Mazzucchelli. I'm actually hosting. I'm the head of the ADM system platforms today, giving you some practical information. So we are not actually, sorry to say, not in the operational room. We are actually in the validation room. The operational room is just off there. But to give you, while I'm waiting for the floor plan to come, we are in the ground floor. Yes, it's coming. Yes, fine. It should be at the end. Okay, so at the end you see the floor plan. We are in the ground floor. You are in the main panel and demo room. So actually is the where you are located at the end of the corridor. Yes, see the green light. There is the catering outdoor. In the ground floor, also circled in red, there are some showcases. So there are 3 big rooms on which you will see later on some of the showcases. They are labeled and named for all the showcases in the ground floor. So please follow the green sign to go to the catering and actually accessing the first floor. The first floor is slightly more elaborated because actually here we have the validation infrastructure, we have the validation rooms and integration rooms for operational systems and pre-operational systems. But actually, again, look at the circled in red rooms that are the showcases rooms. There are actually more than 6 showcases in the first floor and 5 in the, so 7 in the first and 5 in the ground floor. And again, they are labeled on the floor. There are sun signs in the floor and in the door. There are actually some information I would like to give you. Contact. There are some info points, ground floor and first floor, which you can ask some information where you are going outside. Some security instructions. If some security will happen, go outside. Follow the green signs just left. This main panel, go outside. There's the meeting point out there, just off the catering. Wi-Fi access, you should have received your Wi-Fi access. In any case, any information on the info point. Showcases, back to the showcases. So actually, the showcases are organized in groups. Each of the groups you should have received your group number, are managed and guided by the group leaders. You have seen most of them, so please refer to the group leaders. But for logistics, just after lunch, reconvene all of you here. Just wait for the group leaders to call you and go to the visit of the showcases. Actually, we are going to have a rotation, and you should see all the showcases today or tomorrow. So all the showcases have alternation, go around to let you see all the showcases. The problem that we have is that we need to stick for 20 minutes each of the showcases. So the group leaders will try to follow exactly the timing. There will be potentially for some of them space for questions. If you have not enough time for questions, maybe you can go afterwards to contact the showcases leaders. They are there for today and tomorrow. So maybe lunchtime or organize your questions afterwards. So the group leaders, you have seen them in face. They are assigned. This is the list of today. Yes. The simulation is running, so I need to finish. So reconvene here after lunch for group visit. Contact myself and the info points for any information. We will do as much as we can.
Thank you, Luigi. So let me introduce the presenters here for the technical demonstration with the United States. We have Michael Agelli, who is a retired SAS pilot, Scandinavian Airlines, who did intercontinental flights, so he knows exactly what he's talking about. And we have Antonio Strano, who is our technical lead for the organization of this demonstration. I give the floor to Michael.
Yeah, okay. I need a little space here. Okay. Good morning, everyone. As Ruben said, my name is Michael Agelli. This is Antonio Strano.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Antonio Strano from Leonardo Finmeccanica. And as Ruben said, I'm the European technical lead for this demo. And together with Alessandro Zuniga from Harris, who is the technical lead on US side for this demonstration.
All right. Where do we go? I'm a bit nervous. How about an applause? Yay! Come on. So we relax a bit. Here we go. We are going to present a scenario where we have 2 flights. Before I go into that, I would like to say that the data is flight weather and or aeronautical data injected on demand during the scenario. And in time for all of us to be able to go to lunch, instead of sitting here all day waiting for a flight from Atlanta to Milan to complete, we have to compress time. We are doing that through clones. We call them Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and so on. So you will see the same call sign, but with Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and so on. In today's operational environment, access to and processing of operational data from service providers is often cumbersome and time-consuming. Information such as MET and NOTAM is text-based and often hard to filter and structure in a user-friendly way. And I know that from my experience. 20 pages of NOTAM on a long-haul flight is common. Information is not readily available to airspace users as they operate across FIRs. Through SWIM, we take a substantial step towards a more user-friendly way of accessing and processing such information. And in this scenario, we will demonstrate how such information sharing will work in a globally interoperable environment. The scenario serves as an example of how the global ATM system can perform as a seamless informational entity supporting airspace user planning and execution. For this scenario, flight Mini Global 200.
Michael, sorry if I interrupt you.
Yes.
On your brochure, you have the overview of the system that are involved. So when you will see them on the screens, you have also.
You have paper handouts of the systems that you will see on the screens.
Yeah.
Thank you, Antonio. Prior to departure, airspace closures and convective weather will require the flight route to be changed before the flight plan is filed. During the presentation, you will be able to follow the publication of a number of SWIM messages on this screen number 4, where you can see the ICAO GATMOC architecture in symmetry on both the US and the EU side. This is the US side, this is the European side. When there is a message published, it looks like this, and you can easily see where it goes. For those of you in the room that are technical people, this is really easy to understand. For the rest of you, like me, don't worry about it. You will not understand it at all. Okay. The flight dispatcher for Mini Global, the airline, is submitting a query to evaluate their planned route for the Mini Global 200. The query determines that a military activity airspace in France's Brest FIR and special use airspace in New York Center will be active during the time our flight will pass through these regions. They will very shortly show up. Here you can see the first flight plan trajectory shown on the European side and on the FAA side. Also, a convective SIGMET in Santa Maria airspace will impact this flight with forecast thunderstorm tops up to 35,000 feet along a major fast-moving frontal system. Here we see the special activity areas outside France. We see the special activity area outside of New York, and we see the SIGMET. If we zoom in on the SIGMET, you have exactly the same information on this side. You can see the SIGMET here on the US side. It says tops up to 35,000 feet. It's a bit hard for you to see. I see it. Here you can see when zooming in. This is the sign for thunderstorms and the tops at flight level 350. And this, when pointing at it, you get this tab where you have all the detailed information in the message. The aeronautical information is published in AIXM format, which you will hear more about, trust me. It's published by the US Aeronautical Information Management Function and the European Aeronautical Information Management. The meteorological data is published by US Met Services and for the European side by EUMETNet. So what you see here is the result of network sharing of data in AXM and IWXM format in XML messages. You will be seeing and hearing a lot more about this today and tomorrow. Now, since the route is cutting through the activated areas where they are not allowed to fly and also straight through the thunderstorm SIGMET, something has to be done. So the operator evaluates an alternate route. This query shows the route free of weather and NOTAM conflicts. It's going south here and then north of that area. And you see the same route evaluated on Jumpstart. We call the European side here Jumpstart. Next, the dispatcher begins the distribution of the flight information to subscribers such as DCB in the US and on the European side to the network manager NM. Once approved, DCB in the US will in turn distribute the flight information to all relevant ATC units, including the departure airport, which you can see here. This is Atlanta Airport. Here's the flight list with the clones. Here's a Mini Global Charlie, Mini Global 200 Charlie in the flight list. Once European Network Manager and the systems approve the flight plan, it is also forwarded to EU subscribers, including Milan Surface Manager system. You can see the flight list in the Network Manager here. You have all the Mini Global 200 clones. And Milan Surface Tower has received the flight plans for Mini Global 200. This flight information has been made available through the NextGen and SESAR interoperable environment. As we watch Mini Global 200 taxi out and then finally take off, notification of the actual takeoff time is distributed across authorized actors and stakeholders, providing global situational awareness. In this case, the result is shared with network managers and surface managers. And if we look at the surface manager here, we have a little glitch there. Soon we will see the operator will point out. We have an off time of Mini Global 200 Charlie at 9:38. So this is published in Atlanta, received on the European side. Yeah. Coming up here in the flight list, it should shortly appear as airborne. You can't really see which one is Charlie, but if the operator points out Charlie, there we are, duly, and scroll it a little bit to the right, we will see that it's airborne. Here we are. Okay? Yeah. So we have the information there. These managers use the updated information to confirm the certainty of earlier demand capacity planning activities or identify variances from earlier plans that require new actions to be taken to avoid capacity overloads. Up-to-the-minute information improves responses to evolving conditions, as we will see in a moment. So we are now going to skip ahead in our flight's progress and watch it in Washington Center, along the coastline of the US. We can see one of the clones just on the coastline.
Michael?
This is our track. Here we are, flight level 310. We can also see it on the FAA monitor, same information. Mini Global 200 Echo, this is where it is. Flight level 310. So, in actual operations, I should say that European system, they do not really subscribe to US en route tracks because this continuously updated information is not operationally relevant to European air traffic control. SWIM subscription rules can make it easy to filter out what would otherwise be high bandwidth data. However, for demonstration purposes of EU-US interoperability, we have Jumpstart describe to and show these tracks. Next, a SIGMET is published for turbulent weather in New York Center. For those of you not knowing what the SIGMET is, maybe I should say that it's a significant meteorological phenomenon. Here we have zoomed in on the SIGMET, and we can see that it's turbulence. This is the sign for turbulence, moderate to severe turbulence, and the flight level is 290 to 330, which is the vertical extent of the turbulence. And we have the same SIGMET on the FAA trajectory evaluator from flight level 290 to 310. Correction, 330. When the operator runs a trajectory query, we can see that this turbulence will impact Mini Global's 200 current flight path. You can see that it cuts through. Also here it cuts through. And the operator for Jumpstart could, thank you, delete that. So we see very clearly that it cuts through. And the current flight level for our Mini Global 200 is 310. The airspace user runs another query to evaluate that a change of altitude avoids the area of turbulence. Here we can see the trajectory goes above the SIGMET area, and that's why it's not shown here. If you can see in Jumpstart,
35.
we can climb to flight level 350, and then we should clear the SIGMET, the turbulence area. So the pilot negotiates with the AirArm controller to increase altitude to avoid the turbulence. And the climb is granted. AirArm publishes a flight object update in FIXM format. This update with the altitude change through its SWIM interface, we can see both the SIGMET and the updated altitude on a Jumpstart.
Yeah, we already see the
We
updated.
just had it right there.
This is an update from US side.
Again, Jumpstart does not represent an operational role, but is used to demonstrate interoperability of both iWixM and FIXM. Let's skip ahead again and watch our flight in New York Oceanic Center, out over the Atlantic. The next FIR is Santa Maria, which is European. We can see the flight close to the Santa Maria border. We can also watch it here on ATOP on the US screen. And here we have a new screen, which is the Indra Flight Viewer. We will be watching that for a while. This is the clone in New York Oceanic Center. In the trajectory evaluator, we can see this, which is an FAA weather technology in the cockpit program Oceanic Research product. Got it. Which is updated every 15 minutes. it depicts the actual convective storm intensity and the extent of the vertical extent of the cloud tops and it's color coded. This weather would have impacted the flight if it flew the initial flight route, as opposed to the new route, the higher one with the climb, that avoids the severe weather. And no, I'm wrong. This is the segment we had initially.
Yep.
So it's flying more south to avoid the cloud tops.
Yep.
That's it. All right, as we now see Mini Global 200 in Santa Maria, after crossing over from New York Oceanic, you see the Mini Global 200 here. And it should be showing on ATOP as well. Thank you. And from Santa Maria, we make a quick move to Milano. So our final event in this scenario will be the arrival at Milano Airport. And when coming into the airport, we're just having a little change of screens here. Should be coming up. Here we have. This is depicting the Milan Airport tower controller, who is now giving a landing clearance, clear to land, for Mini Global 200 Mike. And after landing, a landing report is submitted, and the landing time is 9:47. There it is submitted. So that should be received. It's received in the network manager in Brussels at 9:47. Flight is completed. And also in the airline Mini Global 200 system, it is depicted here at 9:47. So the airline also has the information now. And that, ladies or lady in the first front row, and all the other ladies, there are too few ladies in this room. You guys that are in management of ATM, you should definitely promote some more women to sit up on the front row. Is that right? Yes, yeah? Yeah. All right. This wraps up the scenario, which has shown how early information dissemination can be used to dynamically adjust flight routes or altitudes due to changing conditions. Now, we will soon fly the other way from Milan to Atlanta, but before that, we are having a new system configuration, and in that time, I leave the word to Antonio.
Yeah. I'm going to provide you a 5-minute presentation, just quick overview of the architecture that we made for this demo. In particular, I would like to provide some key elements of the approach and that we followed in this demonstration. When we started preparing the demonstration with the European colleagues, US colleagues, we recognized that sometimes we were not using exactly the same terminology. The second important element that we recognized was that we are using two different deployment options in Europe and US. So we said, but we have to build a demo and we have to demonstrate interoperability. So SWIML is all about standard-based interoperability, and we decided to base also the design phase based on standards. So all the phases that we adopted during the preparation of the definition of the architecture and the implementation of the architecture is based on standards. In particular, we adopted standards from the framework that have been used to model the architecture. So we adopted the NATO NAF 3.1, modeling operational, technical, operational system and service views. We adopted a reference terminology and methodology. In particular, we adopted the ICAO GATMOC for terminology and the ICAO SWIM manual. for key building blocks of the architecture. Reference information models, FIXM, AXM, and IWXM. Reference message exchange patterns, publish, subscribe, and request response. And reference messages technologies, AMQP1.0 and web services. This is a quick overview of the kind of standards in all the levels and for all the perspective of the architecture that we adopted. I'm going to show you some views that we prepared for the demo architecture. I will not go into detail because I only 5 minutes. If you are interested, we can speak later. And of course, I'm going to show only a subset of view, in this case for the flight information exchange, but we have the same view, similar view for aeronautical and weather information exchange. So we start with the NATO operational view, and we start identifying the GATMOC components we have on both sides, US and European side, and what is called need lines, the information exchange needs that we have between these components. As you can see, sorry. Okay, as you can see, we have the operational nodes using GATMOC terminology, and we identify these flight information exchange need. For instance, the need to exchange information between the DCB on Europe side, DCB on US side, the surface on US side needs to receive information from DCB on Europe side, and so on. So this is an operational view of the exchanges. Then, I know that is complicated. This operational view has to be instantiated in a system view when we tried to in some way, put in relationship the system we have with the GATMOC component. For instance, in this case, the DCB GATMOC is, of course, in Europe played by network manager. All the need lines that we identified in the operational view has been instantiated on provided and consumed system ports. As you can see here, we show provided and consumed system ports. Each system port has been labeled with the pattern used, the message exchange pattern used. And then what is important here, where we remember that we were speaking about different deployment options. ICAO SWIM manual speak about SWIM access points. And as you can see here, in Europe's side, we have a more federated deployment option. On US side, you have a centralized or distributed deployment option. But anyway, in the architecture, we depict how the two configurations, the two instantiations are linked to each other to exchange the flight information. And we also depict how this ICAO SWIM access point is instantiated. Okay? Remember that we were speaking about standard for all the levels. So for each system port related to operational information exchange, we also modeled exactly the protocol stack used. As you can see, for instance, in case of NM, you will have we defined the full stack. So the FIXM, the precise version of FIXM used, the messaging technology used, the security technology used, the transport protocol, and the network level. So also in this way, this is a standard way to present the stack using standard in the different level of the stack itself. So building on standards, we designed an architecture, we developed the architecture, and as you can see, the systems are interoperable, they are speaking each other. That's all. I think that now we can move to second flight. Is it okay? Yeah. Michael, we are ready. Not yet. Before we need to plan the flight.
All right, I got the message from the system that they are ready.
Yep.
ready to go?
Yep.
So, we make a return flight from Atlanta to Milan Malpensa.
Milano to what?
Thank you.
Was
Of course.
just a check.
I'm
Was
just
a check
checking, I'm
to
just
see if
checking,
you
all
are,
right?
Yeah, okay. You are paying attention. Okay.
Prior to departure, airspace closures and convective weather will require the flight route to be changed before the flight plan is filed. We will see how constraint data sharing leads to improved traffic management and also how the sharing of boundary coordination messages improves airline situational awareness. As before, we can see the dispatcher. I should say also, we are calling this flight Alitalia 123. We can see the dispatcher for Alitalia submitting a query to evaluate their planned route. The query determines that a military activity airspace in France's Brest FIR and a special use area in New York Center will be active during our time our flight will pass through these regions. And also, we see it on the European side, pointing out, and here's the SIGMET, pointing it out with the details, and you are all familiar with it now. It's the same day we are flying back, same constraints, not so strange.
Yeah, what is important is that it doesn't matter if the trajectory is still the same, but it's the symmetry. So the fact that the flight was flying from US to Europe, receiving messages from Europe is something. It's another stuff to receive from US flight flying from Europe. So it doesn't matter if the trajectory is the same or the conditions are the same. What is important is the information exchange and the symmetry. Thank you. Sorry, Michael, for interrupting you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. The Alitalia dispatcher will now evaluate an alternate route. And this query again shows an alternate route free of aeronautical and weather conflicts. And you can see it here and on the trajectory evaluator. Maybe I should mention also that when we see the information on the trajectory evaluator, this information is published and operated by an operator right now sitting in the US. I believe it is in Florida, but I'm not sure, but it's in the US. And also the Atlanta surface is an operator right now sitting there doing it live in the US. While on this side, we have an operator here in room. However, the information goes through the network manager in Brussels when the NM data is referred to. Okay. Before the flight plan is filed, a METAR is issued for Milan. And a METAR, for those that don't know it, is the actual weather conditions at an airport. The dispatcher checks the information in the METAR and sees that it will have no impact on this flight. Here, the operator is pointing out the METAR. You can see a wind barb, and the direction is from the southeast, southwest, so it's blowing into it. Here he's pointing out the temperature, 9 degrees, and this is the QNH, the barometric pressure. The cloud layer, there is no, there's just a ring, open ring. That means that it's clear skies. For example, partly cloudy, it would have been half black and half transparent. So this is a way of showing a METAR instead of having a text, showing it graphically. And this is possible through the format of iWixen. Same with the SIGMET, of course. You can see it graphically instead of the text. It's very useful for dispatchers, pilots, any operational people that use this. On the US side, we have the same information pointing out the METAR with the wind speed, the wind direction, temperature of 9 degrees. You have all the information in there. So all you have to do is point at the triangle. Now the dispatcher will move on to filing the flight plan. The airspace user submits the flight information to European and FAA demand capacity balancing components. In this case, it's the Europe's NMOC and the FAA's ERAM. So here we have received the flight plan in the NMOC, European Network Manager. You can see there it's Eurocontrol Network Manager B2B. It's really in their system now, although it's not in the operational side, Brussels. And on the American side, we have received the clone flight plans in the ERAM system. And the ERAM system has also relayed the information further on to, the European side has relayed the information to Milano Airport, where the flight is in the flight list. Now, as the flight prepares to depart, we can see the Milan Surface System Operator issuing the takeoff clearance.
Push the taxi.
You will see it on this screen. Here, the operator submits Alitalia 123 Alpha for departure. It's cleared for takeoff there. And after takeoff, there is a takeoff report submitted.
10-2.
10:02. When pushing enter, it's submitted. So, and the flight is airborne. It should be coming up anytime. Takes a little while today. In the meantime, we are looking at the airline who received it at 10:02. Alitalia has full control over it, over the information. There's a little glitch here somewhere.
Yeah.
We will not worry about that. We will have some glitches during the demonstrations here. I hope you understand. We're going to skip ahead several hours in our flight's progress instead. First, we see Alitalia 123 in Madrid, FAR. So we go to the screen of the Indra operator, who is representing the European ATM in this case. And actually, this operator, I believe, is sitting in Spain.
Yep, it is.
Here we have the clone. The flight object is showing that the flight is approximately on the border between Spain and Portugal. We
should have on screen one. So what are you doing?
Yeah. Should be coming up. We should have it on this screen for the trajectory
Mini global viewer.
Mini global 2
viewer. Yeah. Not yet. Well, we can move on.
All right. We have 12 minutes to go. So we have not a real hurry, but I think we should keep on going unless we get it. Seems like the screen is frozen there.
No, we can move on.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, we also see the flight further along in Santa Maria airspace. When Alitalia 123, the Charlie clone is approximately 30 minutes before the international boundary, which is the boundary to New York Oceanic Center. It is ready, the Santa Maria Oceanic is ready to begin the handover process from Santa Maria to New York Oceanic FIR. This handover process leverages the existing AIDC protocol. An important benefit to mention again is that there is no need to develop a new protocol for this. The handover messages can simply be transmitted over the SWIM infrastructure in the FIXM standard. Ask the technicians what it means. Now, the ABI, Advanced Boundary Information, has been sent from Santa Maria to New York. And we can see that because it's now, the status is notified. Let's see if New York has received it. Yes, the ABI is received at 10:05. And there is the flight. Santa Maria will issue an current plan message 20 minutes after the ABI approximately, shortly before crossing the border. However, just a few minutes after the ABI is sent, a SIGMET is published for turbulent weather in New York Oceanic airspace.
We should see the signal.
Should be coming up.
Start.
When the operator runs a trajectory query, we will shortly see. Here is a new SIGMET coming up. When the operator runs a trajectory query, we can see that the turbulence will impact Alitalia 123's current flight path. Opening further SIGMET details, we can see that this SIGMET content is thunderstorms with tops up to flight level 320. There is also a motion on the SIGMET, and you can see that the motion is easterly, so the thunderstorms are moving to the east. However, our present cruise level is flight level 300, so we need to avoid the SIGMET. The pilot negotiates with Santa Maria to increase the boundary crossing altitude to flight level 340 or higher to avoid the turbulence. The negotiated new altitude, 340, was communicated from the Santa Maria operator. It's now negotiating. Yep. And the negotiation current plan message, including the new flight level 340, is received by New York Oceanic Center. And mind you, these are now sitting on two different sides of the Atlantic as we speak. Exchanging the messages, of course. And unlike today's operations, where AIDC messages are only exchanged point to point between the two FIR facilities in this case, with SWIM, these messages can be consumed by others per agreed to data sharing agreements. In this case, the airline, for example, would be automatically aware that Santa Maria has included a requested altitude change in the CPL if the airline was subscribing to the SWIM network in this case. Next, the ATOP New York acknowledges their acceptance of the current flight plan handover location and time by publishing the accept message, which is done here. See the message, there it was sent, and it should be received by Santa Maria, and here it is. The handover is now coordinated. Here again, an airline with value receiving the accept message to confirm the final handover details. So we can now see Alitalia 123 making its way through New York Oceanic.
But we should first see the update of the updated flight.
Sorry. Yes.
Jump start with updated altitude for Alitalia 123 Charlie.
There we are, the new flight level. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Antonio.
Yeah.
And after making its way through New York Oceanic, our final event in the scenario will be the arrival into Atlanta. And here we can see in jump start, these are the tracks of one of the clones coming in and landing. We're seeing it here. The clone is coming in for landing at, I suppose, runway 27, if that's what it's called.
Yeah. For Echo, for Alitalia 123 Echo, we have on time 10:10.
Okay. So.
Arrival message, arrival.
Yeah.
Time.
10:10 was the landing time for 123 Echo, and we should be able to see that in jump start. So we have a confirmation to the European side that the aircraft has landed. So we should be able to see coming up in the flight list, completed and 10:10. Now it's showing out another clone. This is the clone, yes, 10:10 that we were watching. All right, apart from a few glitches, ladies and gentlemen, this should complete our scenario. We have seen how. Oh yes, I'm getting a message. We should also see it, of course, on the airline side. At 10:10, we received the landing time.
Correct.
What we have seen is the use of some route evaluation tools. We have used IWIXM and AIXM standards and shown global swim interoperability. The airspace users have been enabled to dynamically update flight plans both pre-departure and during flight. And with that, Antonio and I thank you for your attention. I am sure you all want to go to lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I see a lot of collaboration going on in the background there, and we will come back to that in the panel later on about collaboration and why it's important. But before we do that, badges now, for the ones that need it, is available outside. Make sure you get a badge. Just outside of the info point, I was told, so that's where you get it. And now, the next item, you'll be back here at 12:45 sharp. Not for you on the streaming, you have to stay in your places, but you all be back here at 12:45. We get all the showcase leaders up on the stage and you follow them. All right? And now we're all invited to a lunch on the terrace in the wonderful Rome sun. So enjoy, and I'll see you later.
System-wide Information Management, SWIM, is the intranet of air traffic management. It enables seamless information interchange between all providers and users of ATM information. SWIM supports exchange of aeronautical, airport, flight, meteorology, surveillance, flow, and capacity and demand information. SWIM gives the right person the right information at the right time, in a secure way. Using SWIM, ATM stakeholders gain from improved situational awareness, collaboration and decision-making. A major part of the realization of SWIM is about standardizing the interaction between ATM stakeholders to make them interoperable.
The standardization of information exchanges through SWIM is a core part of our digital transformation agenda for ATM. And that is good because with SWIM we can use our internal information and knowledge to offer high quality services to our clients. At the same time we can utilize services from other service providers in the ATM network.
Service standards describe how the actors can achieve organizational interoperability through coordinated processes and behaviors. Information standards describe the meaning of information so that it is understood in the same way by all actors. Technical standards describe how the supporting technical systems interact and how data is transported. Combining these standards makes it possible to achieve organizational, semantic and technical interoperability in all ATM stakeholder interactions. The standards are agreed through the SWIM governance process and stored in the SWIM registry. The registry is open for use by all ATM stakeholders, including airspace users, ANSPs, airports and the network manager. It also opens the opportunity for the manufacturing industry to develop new SWIM-enabled applications and systems. New services and applications can be added incrementally to allow for a cost-efficient upgrade of the ATM system.
With standardized SWIM services, which are based on service-oriented architecture, SOA, we can better integrate and reuse the code between our applications, and of course, it will result in saving time and money. Also, one additional advantage is that implementing the SWIM concept will ensure that our systems can be more easily upgraded to support new operational concepts.
music and and lots of loving everywhere.
Oliver, Tien. One, two, three, four. No. We're just waiting for Kamel to get hooked up. But while we're waiting for this to happen, a few logistical informations, and I'll hand over to Luigi to pass that on for you. This will be repeated another 2 times, just to make sure that it's clear in everyone what's going on. But Luigi.
I need to talk with your microphone. Yes. we share a microphone. So something important until this working. Fine. Buses. 2 buses will run this evening, 7:30 from here to the Ananina metro station, if you like to use it. So 2 buses, again, 7:30 from the entrance to the Ananina metro station. Tomorrow, for the showcases, we have 1 special bus very early, 7, because tomorrow we start 8:30. Again, at Ananina bus station, 1 is for the showcases and demo, if they would like to anticipate coming here. And then 3 buses, 8 o'clock, Ananina metro station. So we do recommend you use the buses also to speed up the process. And Ananina metro station is the last metro underground station for the metro.
Thank you. Can we get the names of the panel members up on the screen? So whilst you're working on that, welcome back. And I understand you are now full of information from all sorts of sources here, and a number of good words in the beginning from Jacopo, Florian, and from the 2 video messages from ICAO, Stephen Kramer, and from Jim Eck of the FAA. We are aware that you probably have an overflow of information, but I think there were some good words said in the beginning, and you heard a number of things from different players here up in the different showcases, and maybe you saw the same thing. But we'll come back on that to do a little bit more explanation of it. And I heard also that some thought that the first showcase up here with the FAA, that was a recorded one. It was not. That was live. It was going on in real time. So if anyone have a question still now, we've clarified that one. The panel we will have up here today will be Oliver Schrempf from DFS, Tien Ngo from FAA NextGen. We will have Jan van Menen from Eurocontrol, Kamel Rabai from EU MetNet, and Nicolas Peña Ortiz from Boeing Jeppesen. And I think it's fair to say that these guys knows everything about collaboration. As this panel will talk about collaboration, not only collaboration going to where we are today in this demo, but collaboration in general. So we will ask questions. Well, I will ask a couple of questions, and unless you have any, because I'll invite you whenever to raise your hand, and there will be microphones here on the floor that will give it to you. So please, let's try and get this very interactive. And if you sit with questions from what you've heard this morning and you want to post them, just raise your hand, and don't be afraid to interrupt us. It's not a podium discussion. This is supposed to be a lively and very fun discussion with good questions and good answers or good explanations, whatever it needs to be all across. Now, before I start with my first question, I have a couple in my head, having listened to everything this morning on collaboration in general. But let me give the word first to Oliver, and all of you to say a couple of words for a couple of minutes on who you are and why you're interested in SWIM and why you think this is so important. Oliver, may I start with you?
Yeah, sure. Okay, thanks. So hello everyone, my name is Oliver Schrempf, coming from the DFS. I work in the Department of Data Management in the DFS. I'm very active in SESAR in the work package 8, and I'm responsible for the ISORAM Foundation, the ones who have joined the demo, so you might have seen sometimes the acronym ISRM, which is the Information Service Reference Model. And I was responsible in the task for defining the way that we describe services in SESAR on a logical level. And now I'm very interested in how this all becomes live. So we did a lot of research that we put in, and now I'm really looking forward in that all that comes live in the deployment. So that's my main interest in SWIM right now.
Thank you, Oliver. May I move to Mr. Media Global, Tien?
Yeah, thank you very much. My real name is Steve Bradford, but you know that. But anyway, I'm Tien now with FAA. Do a lot of research on next gen. My passion for swim because 10 years ago I started with a small team to do research on next gen before transition into the swim program office now. So I got a long history of swim, data sharing, collaboration. That's my interest. And then when you see it mature. To this point, just like you see your children grow up, right? So this is kind of amazing to see what's happening.
Thank you, Chad. Now, Mr. Jumpstart, Jan van Menen.
Yes, my name is Jan van Menen. I work for Eurocontrol, the team of Paul Bosman. Paul accepted me to collaborate with him 4.5 years ago. Yes, I don't know. I hope that he doesn't complain about it. So SWIM reflected. I was very enthusiastic because SWIM reflected what I have been doing and looking for in my career before SWIM. So now I have the same ambition as Oliver. I want to see it in operations because I come from operations.
Thank you very much, Jan. Kamel?
Okay, it's okay. So, Kamel Rebahi, Head of Development in Météo France and currently representing UMetNet. So I'm representing my UK partner and my partner from Germany. So our interest in SWIM has been shown in the development of the SESAR 4-day weather cube and especially the MEDGATE, which is the SWIM access point for MET information in Europe. So we definitively plan to go operational within 4 years with a SESAR deployment manager. And I must say that, let's say 4 years ago, we were scratching our head in the MET community, wondering what was SWIM. I must say now we are spreading the word among the MET community and we are definitively SWIM enthusiasts.
Perfect, thank you very much. Nicolas?
Well, I work at Boeing Research and Technology Europe, based in Madrid, for Miguel Vilaplana. I've been leading the technical part of the SWIM-related projects for 8 years now. We started with the SwimSuite project many years ago. And we have seen evolving the concept and it crystallizing in actual implementations and actual service that you can use. So it's really a pleasure to see something that looks like a pipe dream some years ago to start being something that you can then actually touch and take advantage of it. So.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Nicolas. Now we're hitting a little bit into the benefits, but we'll come back to benefits later on at the next panel. But so you see, here's a great bunch of guys here with lots of expertise and lots of knowledge and how you collaborate forward, even to the extent that they start seeing the benefits and what it really means. But before we move to the benefits, which we'll take later, just on the pure fact of collaboration, and I'm impressed what I've seen so far. There are so many people behind the scene collaborating towards what is the SWIM global demonstrations here in Rome, but just the collaboration. I'd just like to focus on that. What for you, and I'd like to ask that question to all of you, and you might reflect from your different perspectives. What has collaboration meant? What are really the lessons learned here? And is there anything missing? Jan, do you want to start?
In the collaboration, the main, I think it's a bit aligned with where SWIM is also. It's about semantics. So in the collaboration in the demos with the people from all the organizations over the world, semantics has been the main challenge for me.
Semantics?
Yeah.
Okay. Kamel?
Well, what I would call collaboration from our point of view is that thanks to SWIM, we could touch many industries we were not working with, mainly, for example, Boeing or Eurocontrol. We've been working with Italian company. with Airbus Defence and Space, and I would say 5 years ago it would not have been possible to collaborate so directly, almost in a plug-and-play type of functioning with them. I mean, it takes 1 month for them to consume our service. It's really short, so this I would stress the cross-domain collaboration between new actors, and it is steering innovation.
Okay.
That's my point.
Oliver, could you elaborate on the collaboration part?
Yes, I joined SESAR 3 years ago, and before that I had a very strong software development background. And what I tried to do is, when coming into the SESAR program, is to understand how it evolves from the state where I'm coming from. So the stuff I'm used to as a software developer, how do I do the stuff with the new SWIM that's coming up? And I was really looking for that. And at a certain moment, for me personally, I identified some gaps. I thought in the work package I'm working on, it's okay, but there's something missing. And I was remembered to that by the nice picture that was presented in the speech by Ruben today, where we had these building blocks of the European SWIM. And it's pretty sharp now, that picture. At the moment I joined, it was not that. And I had the big opportunity to meet some nice people from work package 14. And this is what this picture is about. It's actually what Ruben did not show, that this is span across a lot of work packages in SESAR. And to make this picture, we had to collaborate among people. So I met these nice guys. Antonio Strano's standing there. We did a real good job on that, just by getting a mutual understanding of what SWIM is. So developing SWIM was just about collaborating and understanding what each and other party means by SWIM. So it's the operational level, it's the technology level. And that was the moment it made click for me when we said, okay, we need to talk about this stuff. And then we achieved something.
So collaboration was key. It was really
Absolutely.
the thing here. Without collaboration, we would still have been sitting there with different languages.
Yes.
Tien, collaboration. Now we go cross-border collaboration.
Sure. Yeah, so collaboration to me means a large group of people get together, right, to push for common interest. And a lot of time that we all got different culture, different technical background, different needs into the business need. But a lot of time that when you collaborate, you need to sacrifice or be unselfish and give up something. If everyone equally unhappy, I think we very collaborate, right? So if one group is very happy, the other group unhappy, we're not collaborating. So sometimes collaborating means sharing and giving up some sort of thing for the common good. So to me, that's a key thing. And SWIM provide a fundamental platform that you can have a common understanding and standard, that you start talking about common language to move the technology, to move the benefit forward. So to make the collaboration at a high level, that's what it meant for me.
So what are your lessons learned in the US when you're done with Mini Global? When you look at what you see here and here, and compared to what you've seen in the United States?
Right, at the high level, I think we talk about the same thing. I mean, we at a very high level, we all talk about sharing information, but go down to that, what does that mean for us, right, in terms of the technical challenge and the business challenge, and also governance as well. So how do we get together to talk about that at not just a technical level? I think we're sharing data for 20 plus years, right? Mm-hmm. But how do we move forward with sharing common data, with a common governance that we can move forward with the common good? So what that common good would be, that be TBD, right, to be defined by the team here. And the big challenge I see is the funding cycle, really. Everyone, members take a different cycle to do funding, and sometimes we try to collaborate, but our cycle kind of miss, and then we kind of really collaborate because, I already got funding, you didn't, and so on and so forth. So it's a big challenge. I think we need to talk at a level of maybe we need to have some sort of planning upfront, some agreements to understand upfront. There's some sort of demo or some collaboration need to be planned for, and member states need to be aware upfront so they can do the business funding cycle and to collaborate.
Okay. Nicola, if I move into the Boeing, and I was thinking, you know, collaboration across stakeholders, but also in an environment where competition is key.
Well, I think that collaboration is just right in the name. No? If you see, SWIM stands for Swim System-Wide. And system-wide is, you have to realize that you are a node, or at most a set of nodes. And you are connected to many other nodes. And for it to really be realized and to add value, you have to be well connected and be collaborative. For that, you need the standards. That is like the diagram, so you can communicate. And then you need to be collaborative. There's no value in a node that is isolated from the network. You have to be part of the network. You have to be to not be selfish, and to see that the addition of the value of all the nodes is much more together than separated.
So collaboration
it will add value to you in the end.
We'll have. You were coming back to the value. What's the value of collaboration here? Tien mentioned the common good, and there's still to define. But you know, what is that common good? Have you got any ideas?
Well, in the end, you are an industry and you have to optimize the way you provide your services
to your customer.
Exactly. So the more you share information within the different nodes, and the more the faster you do that, the better decisions that every single player independently can take. So it will just streamline the process and just increase the revenues for everyone. I think that if you make the system more efficient as a whole, everyone wins.
That's good. I was thinking that you mentioned standards here and the issue of standard. What is a standard in this case? You know, to me, when you talk about collaboration, it comes across like, you know, it's a common language, it's a common understanding. Is that the level of standard we need, or do we need to go further?
Well, if I answered, and I could say that we have to realize that we are in the 21st century. So standards, we also have to keep in mind machines, because they are in the middle of all the relations that we do. So you have to think from the point of view of a machine. A standard is something that is mathematically clear what it means, and there's no confusion possible. So once you agree at that level, you can build on top of that. And so for me, a standard is a way of exactly defining what you're saying. John said about the semantics in the collaboration. I think that exactly defining what things mean is what the standard is for. It's not just the format, it's what the data means.
I was thinking, Jan, maybe you want to jump in on this one.
Yeah, for the standards, I see it layered. SWIM is layered. We have the technical infrastructure. That's maybe semantically pretty mature in the way we understand these things amongst each other. And we have the data models like the XMs and so forth. It's pretty well standardized for some, or very mature even for some. Now, the way these models are used, then we go up in the stack of layers. We come to the business rules, and for me there's clearly a lot of work still pending, depending on the area. The business rules exist, ICAO provisions, what is derived from that, and regional extensions, but they are not captured in a machine manageable way. So that's something I see to be standardized much more. I know there is a lot of work ongoing, for instance, in IXM, and I can only applaud it. So the higher you go up in the layers of SWIM, let's say the more work there may still be left for standardizing.
Kamel, how important is standards in this case for the Meteo world?
Well, we definitively need standard, and I must say that Meteo is not only dealing with aviation, we're dealing with other clients, and we know the standard from SWIM, from, I would say, other area like open data, the European Directive Inspire. So we know those standards, we are familiar with it. I would say the standard is just the starting point to discuss between two partners, I would say interoperable. We know from the SWIM experience that you have to send mail call, change timers, and so on. So standard is just a starting point. And also the problem is with standard is when there's a multiplication of version of standard. For example, for WXXM, there's three versions on the table today. So when I go and see my management to say we must go to swim with 3 versions, they told me, okay, we wait for the stable version. So too much standardization may impede the swim implementation.
Oliver, you would like to elaborate on it?
Yes, I think I absolutely agree with what Jan said. It's about the layers, and so we also have to understand how do we reach a consensus on standards. So the standard making is really key, and that's again about collaboration. Right? You need to have the right people on the table to decide what the standard is about, and that is sometimes hard to really achieve an agreement. Myself currently working in the Eurokey working group 104 on the standardizing of swim service. There you see this actively happening, how you really have big discussions, what is part of the standardization and what not. And this is a real collaborative thing.
Jen, you want to say some more about this?
Yeah, sure. I agree with all the panel member has said, but I think if you look at the high level, right, when you talk about harmonization, then you talk about interoperability. Interoperability got 2 key things, the plug and the play, right? So the plug is the standard, right? Where do we talk about the schema, the metadata, the data dictionary, the thing that we define, so when we understood what a message would mean to us when we're receiving that. So I think, when you look at a high level, you say harmonization, but that's like a big word. But you need to derive that to a lower detail so you can work that, right? Then where the working group, the challenge is that how do we agree on the metadata, how to agree on the schema, and even data dictionary at that point, right? It's a meter and feet, right, basically. So those things, it have to be addressed. But only one piece of the interoperability, which is the plug, not the play.
I was wondering, because at the end of the day, we talk about standards, and it seems to me that we're all sort of agreeing that when it comes to technical systems, there needs to be a standard because the system needs to speak to one another. But where do you see, where are the criticalities and what are the issues that we need to address in terms of standards? Because in most cases, we've got what we need, but what is not there and what needs to be the next one? Is that down to the service level, or is it down to more modeling, or what is it about?
Well, things are added, right?
Yeah.
So I think, like I said, the standard talk about the plug, but not the play, that's where the policy need to come in, the governance needs to come in, and the intended use of data need to come in, right? So that's where we start agree on the harmonization. Without those understanding agreement, it's very hard for people to trust to share information unless understood the intended use of my data would be when I share with you. If you use it wrongly, then you break the trust. Then we an issue, right? But I just want to keep it that high level. But there's a lot of examples I can give you.
Anyone else want to chip in this?
I agree.
You agree? Everyone agrees. So let's go back to collaboration then, because as I understand collaboration, on one hand, you collaborate between engineers and operational people. We heard that from Michael earlier on, where he talked about ops and said, I don't understand this, you asked the techie guy. So there's an element there, which I thought would be good for us to hear a little bit what is your experience between these different groups of experts. But there's another level here in terms of collaboration. That's between stakeholders, and stakeholders in a very competitive environment sometimes, and how does that work? And also the element of cross-border collaboration. But based on what you've experienced up to this, is there any area here you think have moved forward, or something which is not quite there yet? Engineers, operational people, do they speak the same language?
No, not at all.
Are we getting there by collaborating this way?
They definitely got a different view of the system, right, or different needs, for sure.
Well, that brings
and
me
they
back
have different languages. That's the key problem usually, that operational people and the techie guys, I mean, we heard this morning, use a totally different language. So we have to translate the language first before we collaborate. And sometimes it's good to have formal descriptions, formal models as a tool to convey the real message, what it is all about. So something like UML models or something that you can collaboratively elaborate on, which everybody can understand.
Anyone else who wants to talk about operational people, engineers, and the different languages? Operational focus?
So my boss ting at me and on, so I'm Steve now, so I can talk at this level. But reality is, with all the collaboration, all the thing that we're working on, but it doesn't have an impact on operational. It's a very hard story to sell, right? I mean, at the end of the day, what we're looking for efficiency, you're looking for safety, you're looking for capacity. We're all looking for the same thing. But but that story have to come through the operational story, or operational value of the scenario or the work that we're doing here. So I think we need to keep that focus. All the technical work have to somehow float it up to that story to get buy-in at a high level. All the decision maker, all the business people to make money, I mean, financial people make decision, unless they get operational impact, they're not going to care. Well, I didn't say I'm not going to care that way, but they're not going to impact them too much, right? I think they have to have a good operational story behind what we collaborate on.
Yeah, I think that's totally right, and I think that it's key to from the people doing the standards and the implementation and looking at the technical possibilities to really collaborate with the people that is used to the operational environment, and try to identify some very clear scenarios in which there is clear advantage, clear cost saving, based on the new flow of information. Because just if you're able to to save a little is a lot, and that will maybe start to change the mindset of the people and operationals, because I think it's also fair to say that I don't want to change anything even before it's proven that it's really worth it. So I think that in having some examples and the demos here, that's exactly what they try to do, and it's key. But I think we're getting there.
We're getting there. Kamal?
About standard, I think it's very good it's a good starting point, as I was saying earlier, but it's better if you have the operational concept agreed by all your operational team, including controller, meteorologist, and so on. And also the business model, it's always what is lacking me. I think we are in a pioneering period where, everybody is happy about exchanging data, doing innovation, but we will need to get back to reality and find a business model that will be a long-lasting business model where everybody, you spoke about the common good, everybody has to find its interest in sharing data. I know for sure that everybody wants the data of the other, but it's more difficult to share its data. So I think it's one of the challenges to keep the data open for innovation and not close it because of business-related issue.
Do you think, based on what we've heard and what you've seen now in the showcases, do you feel that we have a clear customer focus here?
I think there's a lot of innovation going on. I was speaking earlier with a friend. I said 10 years ago, you wouldn't have seen that kind of company in such a forum because there was only the big players, you know them. Now you see some company from India, from all around the world. And I think they have to meet the market. They still have to meet the market. We see they have some new technology, but so it's a bottom-up approach and top-down approach. Maybe they will meet the market, but for me the market is less close than it was 10 years ago, thanks to SWIM. Now new players can enter the game.
Coming back to collaboration a little bit more. Can you, based on, working up to the fact that we did Mini Global a couple of months ago and now it's the Swim Global demo here in Rome, can you point at any specific areas where the collaboration in itself helped to solve a couple of problems, or problems that might not have been able to be solved without the collaboration?
So I'll take that one on as part of the Mini Global demonstration we did. I think when we started off as a collaborative sort of demonstration, we need to explain to the partner or potential partner what a potential benefit would be, and the story had to be very sound. And I'm very happy to say that if you look across the member that we have on Mini Global and also on SESAR that we have here today, from the, I would say, high fidelity system to maybe a less fidelity system, lack of a better word. But then they all see the value to collaborate, right? So that's sort of important. And then to push forward not only Mini Global 2, but 1, but 2, and then we did a demonstration about 2-3 weeks ago in Bangkok at ICAO. The regional folks step up to collaborate to show that they can do swim regionally, to show regional interest with regional scenario that they think they can implement quickly. So to me that meant a very successful story in terms of collaboration, right? So that part that I've seen so far, I'm very happy with.
Okay. Jan, knowing the story about Jumpstart and everything you've done with Jumpstart all across different countries of the world, any concrete things that have been solved just because of collaboration?
Well, in my personal case, I can say it has accelerated for me, also shared with my colleagues, a number of understandings from other parties in the world. So it's an assimilation value, which would otherwise maybe have not been possible or much more difficult, would have taken much more time to understand. So it was a very strong interaction, very quick interaction, and a strong learning. I hope it was in the two directions. It's also, I think, helped, or we are supposed to make reports, and the reports will go to the governance institutions, or the governing institutions. This collaboration has also allowed to make a shared point of view on what we think all together that has to be done. I think individual entities could never have done this. So this is, I think, one of the most important values. I see it personally as one of the most important values of what we have been doing in Mini Global and SGD. That's the reports that we are going to give to ICAO, IMP, and so forth, on what is our common way forward, or issues that we have detected that need urgent or less urgent attention.
Okay, before I pass the question to Oliver, because I think he's the next, is there anyone with a question out here in the room, or is everything crystal clear? Oh, here we see some hands. Let me come back to you in just a couple of seconds. Oliver, could you reflect on this? Any concrete things that have been solved just because of collaboration?
I think the example I had already in the beginning, I can only refer to SESAR since I was not attending the Mini Global, but for me that was clear that we could end up with a common picture only due to collaboration inside SESAR. So that's my experience on that.
Okay. Can we get a microphone here? Yeah, if you start by saying who you are and where you're from, so that everyone's enlightened. Oh, here's a microphone.
Thank you very much. One of the crucial issues of any swim type of environment is that you have a multi-provider or multi-user environment. Now, I come partly from a QM point of view. I think what we need to be extremely careful with is governance, because if you have cooperation, you also need to be pretty sure about the distributed responsibilities. That is a very, very crucial question amongst the providers. And when you have a large group of users, each user has very specific requirements. And we need to make sure that all requirements are equally well understood. if I'm thinking, for example, of timelines, an FMP position will have a different timeline from an arrival manager position in an airport. And flight following and an AOC has a different timeline from a flight planning position. All these different user communities have very legitimate and very clear-cut requirements, but governance, I think, is the key to make sure that distribution of responsibilities amongst the provider community and distribution of the relevant importance of the relative thresholds and margins in terms of what are my user requirements, I think that needs to be taken care of. I think that is probably, we all love cooperation, but cooperation in the long term requires a very, very solid governance in order to keep everyone reasonably unhappy, as my boss once said. Is the key to management, is to keep everyone reasonably unhappy. Because if one is extremely happy and the other one's very unhappy, you've got it wrong.
Sounds like my role as a moderator. But anyway, who wants to elaborate on that one? Oliver?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think we have developed a framework in SESAR which allows you to describe these different needs of the different stakeholders and to describe them in a systematic way, like modeling and so on. And it's now up to the deployment that in the governance process that is deployed to really look that this stuff is really used for the purpose that you're mentioning. Absolutely the right direction. I can only say yes, we have to do that.
Anyone else wants to react?
I totally agree with that, but I would add that you probably need policy on top of the governance as well to enforce some of the rule, right? So those are things that I just want to add on to that.
Anyone else?
Sorry, SWIMS brings many benefits, but I don't see things changing in terms of liability or security requirement. I mean, it's always been a showstopper. You can do fast innovation, but certification is quite slow. And I don't measure how much SWIM brings to the capability to bring quickly a system into operation. We all know that it's you have to go through the safety process, and you're still liable for your data you put on the SWIM. So I don't see anything changing on this liability and security requirement, safety requirements. Sorry.
I suppose that it's of course fundamental to take into account every single stakeholder when you are designing all the layers of the system, from the very base of the data model to the governance, and everything has to be taken into account. And I think that in the long run, if someone is unfairly taken into account, it's bad for everyone in the long run. Maybe in the short run it doesn't look like that, but in the long run because it's not going to work.
Yeah. So before anyone else with a question? Eckhart.
Eckhart Good from Emirates Airlines. We hear you at the panel that there's no objection against SWIM. So it's a very, very positive atmosphere. But is there awareness that we do not have SWIM overall? SWIM was probably, let's say, virtually established in the mid-90s. We have 2016 now, and we operate through airspaces where we just experience the opposite of SWIM. There is no collaboration, and how can we make the others collaborate?
Very good question.
I think I can agree on that. From an NSP perspective, I have to agree. SWIM is not there yet. It's about to come, and I think it's worth working on it and to get the achievements. There are, I think, some things popping out where you already see how it could be. Like NM B2B services is an example where you could experience how it should be. But that's only one side of the story. So for the full picture, I agree with you. It's not there yet, and it has to come.
So one thing I learned is, when you look at ICAO SWIM, documentation is a concept, right? And each of us take that concept and look at our business model and apply the implementation around that based on the business need that you have. So at the end of the day, if you look, you peel the onion, look inside, the swim look very different from one member state to another member state. But the point is, how do we interoperable? How do we harmonize the edge? That's the key thing. We should not be in the business of dictate what are the member states, how to implement swim because the way we want to see it. We need to talk about at the edge of harmonization, share information. I think it is and you're absolutely right. I mean, a lot of time that, you see it, then suddenly somebody already implemented a few years ago, and here we are. We just heard about it the first time. But through the experience that I had with the mini global demonstration, some members state that joined us a few months prior to the demo, they able to understood the concept and be part of the demonstration. So I think it's doable. I wouldn't say it's easy, but I would say it's very doable. So that's what I want to bring to the table.
Anyone else who wants to react? Or maybe a reaction from the floor here?
Yeah.
Can we get a microphone up here in the front?
So I'm going to ask him a leading question.
Yeah.
So Tien, a lot of the collaboration that you've been talking about is data provider to data consumer, and that's very important. And you collaborate internally on your own implementation of someone. I think you just got to one of the points. I remember from Mini Global, and you can correct me, and that's why this is a leading question, that one of the most useful things in Mini Global is you had different swim service providers, not the information people, but the people providing the infrastructure, collaborating to better evolve an industry standard for interfacing and rules, sort of like email providers. Was that true? That so we kind of think about ANSPs and operators, but there was that whole middle layer that got to collaborate through these demonstrations that were able to come up with policies for service providers also, correct?
That's
Could
right.
you elaborate some more? Thank you.
Sure. I think what Steve alluding to is when we put the demonstration together, industry did come in and see the value to apply swim concept and it being a service provider, right? By that I mean, all member states don't have to invent swim the way they want it. They can subscribe to a service, and that service will collaborate with different services to move the data across. They would worry about the governance, worry about the data standard, would worry about everything else in between that you need to do, right? So they take a layer of implementation out and provide what we call the global EMS, which is Global Enterprise Messaging Service, which is the GEMS network that we're thinking about.
But the qualities in that would be even if you didn't have a global enterprise, if you just had a single provider, right?
Right.
So you spend a lot of time.
You got to speak up.
You spend a lot of time at that next layer, where if I only looked internally, Harris would do that for me, and I would never even know. But it's because Harris had to talk to Indra. Suddenly we have this collaboration. This collaboration was very, very important, correct?
That's correct.
So Indra and Harris learned a lot from the demonstration and how to interface with each other.
Right.
So it wasn't just FA interfacing with Eurocontrol, it was Harris interfacing with Indra, interfacing with
NCR from Japan,
Right.
and Mosaic, from a different company get together to provide a GM service provider, and they are the one that really is they see the benefit, the value to provide those type of things.
Before I let Wim in, I got a question behind here somewhere. Someone raised his hand. Yeah, here's.
Right.
Can we have a microphone there? Yeah.
Roman Oster Control. I would like to ask a question, follow-up of something Kamel said before. And the question is, how will SWIM change the relationship, the interaction we have with our suppliers? Will we see more collaboration instead of supplier-buyer relationships there, putting the customers probably into the role of integrating parts from different vendors, even with their own software?
Yeah.
That was a complicated question. Can you rephrase it? Sorry, because it was too long for me. Yeah.
Well, currently, we're simply buyers. We go to our vendors and we buy a black box system mostly. I hope, and that's the vision I have, at least with SWIM, is that we will be able to use SWIM as a collaboration platform, so we collaborate with our suppliers and integrate different parts, different modules via SWIM. Is that something the vendor side sees realistic?
What I can say, from the point of view of med service provider in Europe, we're discussing the business model and how we will relate with application developers, vendors, or you call it. So we will go through service level agreement with certain type of billing and so on. So basically, we will use service level agreement with our vendor to guarantee a level of service, a level of data. Beyond this, I don't know if there's a general model for the SWIM relationship between supplier and vendor. Maybe somebody can help me with this. I think it will be a case-by-case solution.
Well, maybe he's pointing out in the future, because I was thinking, bringing it back to collaboration, that collaboration brings a lot of good things into it. But maybe the continued collaboration will lead into a completely different way of thinking, where you suddenly see benefits from different sides in a way that it's impossible to do now. And that was really about the question about collaborating. This needs to go on, because it seems like it's important. And at the end of the day, if it's about trust, I think Chen mentioned trust here. If it's building trust and trust in that you have a business tomorrow, have something to sell, maybe it's going to go your way. But before I keep the floor too long, Wim, and we need a microphone up here in front again. And I haven't seen too many questions in the back, so you better step up a bit here and come up with something.
Thank you, Mike. Wim Post, SESAR Joint Undertaking. I think this is a quite interesting part of the discussion, the business model, the business aspect. And I'm thinking, if there's somebody in the room here from an organization that's so far not involved in SWIM, and then thinking, wow, this is interesting, but how do I get into this? Maybe I want to consume a service. Maybe I'm actually interested in providing a service that I maybe already offer, but now I want to do it via SWIM. What steps do they have to go through to get into that? What do they need to know? And to whom do they need to talk to get into SWIM?
That's panel 3.
Well, but you can. No, but I know that's the easy way out. We're not going to have it. We're still on the collaboration panel.
I'm so
here,
glad that question being asked, and all of us would provide perfect answer for that.
No, I think there are things that pop out that you can go to. So the one thing that we will see emerging from SESAR is the registry. For instance, the SWIM registry, where we really display the services that are available, and which shows you all the material that you need to register your service. What do you have to do to become a provider, or if you want to consume the services? I think this is one of the key things popping out, where you can address to learn how to become a member in the team.
I would add to that, when the ICAO did a SWIM workshop in Bangkok, that was invaluable to a lot of newcomers. We introduce SWIM to the broader member states. I think they're very valuable. I think the ICAO or at least the community need to provide those workshops more often and drilled out to a special topic it need be to bring people on board quickly and understood what a value would bring. But I thought the workshop, ICAO workshop called SWIM workshop in Bangkok was invaluable.
Nicholas?
Yes, wanted to add that once you have the standards in place, you make sure that you offer your services using those interfaces, and SWIM registry becomes a kind of marketplace. So you can choose a combination of solutions that, if they all stick to the standards, should play well together. So I think that once the standards are there, it's much more dynamic market. It's even easier to switch one solution for another one, and because the way the information flows is standardized. So just wanted to point that out.
Anyone else wants to react? Here's a question in the middle, and I got one over there. So you start in the middle, and I go there to the right.
Niet meer bij jullie werken.
Andrea Bergola from Alitalia. About the question before, I would like to link to these questions. I can understand the difficulties about integration, speaking about commercial products and vendors. But what about starting with something that is not commercial, have not commercial problems, like ATM, from an ATM perspective, about all the ATM data? Is there any kind of thinking of project of a global integration of ATM data in only one source? So, for example, an airline can connect to only one service and then query for all kind of ATM data, globally speaking.
Jan is nodding there, so it seems like the question is for you.
Yes, I've implemented the taboo word in Jumpstart, a flight object server that collects flight information from all over the world in one integrated place. Oh, I'm joking. Not fully, but a little bit. For me, it's the leeway, it's the context that is created by the institutions and coming from the top, and the regulations, the laws, the international agreements, the protocols that establish to what extent what can be done. So to be provocative, who is authoritative to satisfy North Americans? No, who is authoritative on data? Because if you don't let any competition on the data provider, then the competition is limited to the solution provider. So then the solution providers, you can switch solution provider, but you cannot change or have competition between data providers. Now, whether there is one authoritative data provider for a geographical region or not, if it's allowed or not, depends on law, regulations, policies, and so forth. So it's the institutional context that will determine what is possible. Now, I suppose this works in two directions. So the community can influence the decisions, and the other way around, there is the top that creates decisions for the interest of the whole of the community. But I think that's the most important thing. That's why it's so important that we give our reports back to ICAO on our findings, what can be done, so that the most appropriate rules and regulations and treaties and so forth can be established that allow what you would want.
But bear in mind, ICAO is us.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind. Anyone else who wants to react to this question? Philippe, we need a mic here.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to complement and to react on what you just said. I think a key perspective to decide whether or not we should move toward more centralized services or common flight object server is a cost-benefit analysis and the cost efficiency. If it could be more cost-efficient to build a common database, to distribute, then we should go into that direction. If it's not cost-efficient, if other models are more cost-efficient, then we should go toward this more distributed model. But this cost-benefit analysis still need to be done. It has not yet been fully carried out.
And centralized, it could be virtually. That's
yes,
the key
virtual, centralized.
I had a question from down here. Can we have a microphone up there? Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Una Hutchinson from British Airways. Coming here today, I had three conflicting sort of instructions, if you like. The first was for my business, largely flight operations, to understand what was the minimum mandatory set of things we had to do to be swim compliant. From an architect community, it was to understand the art of the possible. How could we re-engineer our business processes, work with our stakeholders to drive out benefit? And then I had my finance department saying, who's going to pay for it? How can you justify it? So it's back to your point. It is a hard sell, and I think unless we make something mandatory and drop dead must be done by, unless you can really bring valid operational scenarios out into the public domain more, it's a very, very difficult message to land. And I suppose my request would be, now that we're on the deployment path, to try and demonstrate very clear, punchy business scenarios where value can be eked out, and this is what you've got to do, stakeholder, to achieve it. So apologies, I'm quite naive and new to the party, but that's kind of the point that we're at. So.
It is not naive at all. I think it was a very, very good question. Anyone who wants to react, we only have a couple of minutes. I want one to say something. It could be anyone, but I'll point to the panel first. Nicholas?
Yeah, just to point out that I think it's very important that when you try to sell the need and the opportunities to implement this from an airline point of view, when you build examples, you have to take cost into account, for sure. And you have to design how to show the advantages of swim can be useful and profitable from the point of view of an airline with very little investment. And that can be a starting point, and they need to see a clear path of implementation. It cannot be a very big jump from I'm not swing enabled and I'm fully swing compliant. There has to be some dots in the middle.
Let's stop there, because we're entering now very nicely into the second panel. We'll talk about benefits. So, bear all these questions you might have, and let's come back on the next panel. But just to conclude on collaboration, it seems to me that collaboration is key. It seems that it's important to have a clear objective of the collaboration. I think Mini Global and this one is an example. If you have something which you have to focus on, then collaboration gets easier. And the last point I was trying to make is that there are memorandums of cooperation, and I think around, and I was thinking of NextGen, Tien, and SESAR on the European side. Isn't it part really of that collaboration to start bringing in the bigger community into the picture and eventually come up with something which we will bring into ICAO, because ICAO then will be all the people and understanding, and including the businesses. So I'd say collaboration is key. There are tools there to increase collaboration and make it work, and I think it's up to us now to make sure that we make it happen and not sit down there waiting for ICAO to make it for us, because it's up to us. Thank you very much, and let's give a big hand to the panel. And to you, of course. I think I'll hand over now to whoever. Jan? Huh?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vision.
Thank you.
It's your one.
Yeah, later, if it's okay for you. My microphone, hello? Hello, hello. Use this one.
Yeah, that's good. It's looking good. Okay, you start and
first introduce a little bit global context, because it's linked with the business case. I felt this need. So one of the purposes of Jumpstart is also to provide also to the operational. Excuse me?
I guess we're.
But so first, chain on onto this business needs.
What do you
Chain on onto these business needs and operational needs.
Yeah.
That this tool also allows to do a bit of discovery of that. Then some stuff on the technical side. Not long, very short.
All right.
And then we move up in the layers, just
Yeah.
like
Good.
data, coming to the data, the information sharing.
I think you should get going.
Disconnected from the technology.
Yeah.
That's a given.
Okay.
Like you say, that's for the techies. I don't understand.
Precies. I think you can start.
I don't know.
I think you.
I'll let Ruben do the introduction.
Ruben, can we start?
I don't know. Yeah. You do an introduction or?
Okay, that was a really, really brief break. Sorry for that, but we needed to get something starting. So the next demonstration will be demo 2 in your agenda, which you can see in the brochure. And it's a presentation on, it's run on Jumpstart, but it's actually not putting Jumpstart in the center. It is just a tool to show what kind of data is already out there. Jan is going to be the main presenter, but we also have Michael, who has the operational background experience to every now and then elaborate a bit on that to show from an operational perspective why this information is relevant. I give the floor to Jan.
Do I have a microphone? Do you hear me? Yeah, okay. So this tool, we'll not elaborate much on this tool, but this tool has the ambition to provide you some means to assess not only technical aspects, but also operational aspects and also business aspects. So if you're purely interested in business value, quickly being able to assess business value of swim things, that's also one of the purposes of this tool. The tool is, the general scope is discovery and demonstration of swim. So it's not for operational use at all. Now, before the demo started, I already subscribed to the metgate operational data, metadata. So what you see on the screen is in fact a collection of SIGMETs that have been published in the past hour and a half by UMetNet, metgate, and that as soon as they come in are displayed on the screen. Now, this data, you can do whatever you want with it, but it shows a distribution method. And this distribution method is what we call, let's say, part of the family publish, subscribe. Now, we have another family which we call request, reply. So it's not the purpose to be technical and elaborate on message exchange patterns, but these are two things which are, even at very high level or operational level, pretty relevant to understand. Request, reply, I need information, I request it, and then I wait for the response, and I get the response, and I have it. Or, yes, well, I would like to know if something has changed, and then, of course, every second I can ask everything, And no, nothing changed for me. And I ask it again, and nothing changed for me. And I ask it again, nothing changed for me. So it creates an enormous overload on the systems. So on the other hand, we have, and certainly in constrained environments, we have this pattern which we call, or group of patterns which we call publish subscribe, where, for instance, we have this push method, where information is pushed, and only the information that you are interested in when it changes, or when it's created, or when it's deleted. So this information that is on the screen has been pushed to Jumpstart in the past 1.5 hours. So no operator, nothing having to do, no polling, no asking. It's just pushed. As it comes into the systems of Medgate, it's pushed forward to Jumpstart and does something with it. Now, the technology that we use in this tool is, well, I would say 100% aligned with the yellow profile. So Ruben has already mentioned the yellow profile. So it's AMQP 1.0 for asynchronous messaging, and web services for the synchronous request reply. I don't think it's necessary to go deeper in the technology. Now, when we go a step higher in the SWIM layers, we are confronted with the data exchange models, which package data and represent it in a manner that we can share, in theory, everywhere. So you can we were going to explore this a little bit. We're going to look at weather data, we're going to look at flight data, we're going to look at surveillance data, and on AI data from different parts of the world, using the same tool. Now, what is absolutely fundamental, I would say, as a message that we want to bring, is it was developed in a local context based on the data of the network manager initially, but with a global concept. So as new data sources became available, it was just connecting, and immediately they were available without changing anything, without having to change a line of code. Just connecting to new data sources, and they are ingested. So it's very powerful as a method of sharing information globally. And let's have a look. Yeah. So the first thing I would like to have a look at is flight information. Now I'm typing here Yankee, Sierra, Sierra, Yankee. That's Sydney. So, and I would like to know all flights departing from Sydney today. Well, there's 11 UTC. I will bring that up a little bit. Today. We are 12. And here. Okay. Now you see here a source, Eurocontrol NMB2B. That's the default that is used in this program to go and fetch data from. Now we're going to fetch it from somewhere else, from a service where Air Service Australia exposes its flight data over FIXM 3.0.1. So I'm selecting this as a source, and now I hit list by aerodrome, and I already have the answer. So I have here a list. I don't know if you can see it. It's a bit small. So we have 16 flights. Yeah. So this says 16 flights have been reported. You see airport of departure, Sydney, and airport of destination, a number of other airports. Now this is something that was seamlessly integrated into Jumpstart, following, in fact, an integration of Jumpstart, of the FOXes service of Mini Global in Jumpstart. So everything that was used to integrate with FOXes was reused just as is for the Australian flight services. Nothing had to be changed, only the address. I will take an airport of interest. Well, I see RGAA, so that's in Japan. Now I'm going to click on ICAO path. So now a web service has gone to the service of Air Services Australia, and I have received a detailed flight path. Click on show. Maybe I'll change the color so that's a bit more visible. I'll do it again. I don't know what I changed. Clear all. Okay. Now the path of this flight has been resolved because it's just an ICAO field 15C that has been requested. So there's ways to ask for the segments and other trajectories and so forth. But this is an example to show how different information from different sources can be combined. When I look in detail on a part of this trajectory, I see here a navigate. And it is a TACAN. So where does it come from? Well, I don't know if you can see it, but in the second line, you see the information comes from EAD AIXM. So EAD has a database with what they call the worldwide minimum data set, which collects plenty of information from different areas in the world. And if I need to resolve some of the information, because I don't know by default in this program where that is located, I can use a data source, and this is an AI data source. I can combine, I can get data from Air Services Australia itself. I can get data from the FAA. I can get data from the NMB2B. I can get data from anywhere in the world, put it all together, and use it all in a seamless, identical manner, and that's the important thing. So if it's AXM data coming from the FAA, or from EAD, or from the NMB2B, or from Air Services Australia, or from wherever, it's always the same. So that's enormous amount of reuse of effort and code.
John?
Yes?
Am I on the mic? Yeah. Can I ask you a question there? A small airline, could the small airline in a cheap way subscribe to receive this information?
Yes, I think, well, in the case of the network manager, the first certificate is for free. So, or the first 2 certificates even are for free. So a small airline, so I didn't show now on purpose the network manager because I think most people know that this tool works very well with the network manager's data, but it's to show that it not only works very well with the network manager, which was the reference for which served as a reference for developing this, that the same can be reused everywhere else in the world. Now, if it's for the network manager, you have access to 2 certificates for free. So what you need to access the services of the network manager is the certificate. Now, depending, the representatives of the network manager, they can correct me. Now, depending on your role, you will not have access to everything. So if you're a small airline, you may not change the flight plan of a big airliner, for instance, to give your own, you cannot cancel the flight of a big airline to give your own priority. So there is strong security, which limits what data can you see, what functions can you do. But yes, this data is for free. Now the FAA publishes, for instance, on NAS R56, publishes AXM data 5.1, which is important in this tool, just like that, which can be used. That's totally for free. You don't even have to register for getting access to that data. Now, there is also the FAA SWIM, which requires to go through a process of qualification and things like that. But I think the FAA can better reply to that than I can.
It's
yeah. But anyway, I'm using it in the program. I'm using the FAA data. So I will show you. Well, I hope there's enough time. FAA has a service, great service. Well, I'm absolutely fond of it. It's the digital NOTAM service. Well, we have a subscription to that, and I hope to be able to show it. So yes, there is services around. Some are, for some you have to pay. For some you have free access. Depends a bit.
Very good. I understand that of course, you cannot live for free, and you have to buy a certain number of services. But the interesting thing is that this opens an incredible opportunity for smaller airlines, for large airlines, because the data is there, it's already produced, and it's in a format that I understand can be quite easily implemented in usage.
Yes.
Even for maybe small airlines. Okay.
Exactly. That's what is the point of showing this. This is local, or this is an Australian point of view on things. It's nothing to do with Europe in any way, but it's a European tool that is used to exploit it, and there's no difficulty at all to do it. That's really impressive from my perspective, at least. Now, I can do the same for the United States of America. So instead of Sydney, I take, for instance, Los Angeles, a flight from Los Angeles to KJFK. I'm just going to, I have to change, of course, the source because the Australian services don't know anything about that. So that's for your question of the single point of access. Well, still have to choose this configuration from which source you will get the information. So in this case, this service or this source will normally reply to me. So I hit the list button. Now everything is live with Jumpstart. So that's the challenge always. It's also the interesting thing. It can work, it can break. And this is probably going to break because I forgot to open the VPN. Yeah. So this way you see it's live. And I have to open the VPN.
In the meantime, I can point out that you're getting some interesting weather data there in blue. Maybe we can have a look at that later.
Yes. So there are a number of variations in technology. So to connect to the service of the FAA, I have to be in a VPN to be allowed access. Try it again. In the case of the network manager, there's no need for a VPN. Certificates are sufficient. Well. Okay, maybe the service is not up and running, I don't know. So it's the FOXS service that I should normally be speaking with, or it's giving me such a long list that I have to wait. Now, for the weather, we have the subscription to Medgate, which is a publish-subscribe service. I will show you also two other sources of weather information. It's SEDIS, which is the classic ICAO distribution channel, which is, so this doesn't work, just a live demo. SEDIS is the ICAO distribution method of legacy, METARs, TAF, and so forth. And UMetNet publishes the data already in IWXM format. So I'm going to connect to SEDIS and fetch some of the legacy data and convert it to IWXM. So to combine it with the native weather data that comes from UMetNet, the IWXM data that comes from UMetNet with legacy data from SEDIS. Can be perfectly combined. So for that, I go here, meter, I can hardly read it. Last hour.
You can look at your screen.
No.
No?
So these are legacy meters, and just convert them, and then they become IWXM meters. Now this can be combined with the flight path. So if we take, for instance, a flight then from the network manager to, let's say, Dubai. So OMDB. I'm asking all the flights to Dubai or arriving and departing from Dubai to the network manager. So there's a list. So it's the same interface. What had to be done to make this work with other providers of data is absolutely minimal or even nothing. So I take one from EDDF, Frankfurt, ask for the flight path, and now show the weather data or the flight path. So the flight path in this case goes nicely around the SIGMET. Now the SIGMET has no motion. No, it has no motion. So I had cleared my screen. So all the SIGMETs which were accumulated during the past hour, 2 hours, were removed. And in the meantime, another one has popped in. I didn't have to do anything. It just came, and it was presented on the screen. So it's also in a table. You can do anything you want with it. So this is typically an example of the publish-subscribe. Now we're going to add some Meteo, some of the other Meteo information. Yeah. Is it checked?
Yes.
Sorry.
Get out.
And I'm showing the path again. Okay, I did a bit. So now I'm combining, for instance, METAR data with the flight path data, and the flight path data, part of it is resolved with information coming from the network manager, part of it is resolved with information coming from EAD, outside the area of the network manager, and so forth. So you have a lot of information here that is integrated in one view. Okay. This is a typical WMO way of presenting a METAR. You probably know this. Huh?
Yes, I recognize the wind barb. It's the direction from north to south there, and then the little pointer out to the right is an indication of how strong the wind is. And in this case, it's just one, denoting that it's 10 knots. If it was 2, it would be 20 knots. If it was 1.5, it would be 15 knots. And you can also see the 3/4 filled circle means that the cloud, it's 3/4 cloudy.
Now, what is interesting is there's no difference. You see no difference between the data sources. Data source in this case is SEDIS, but also UMetNet, giving potentially complementary information. Now we can add some other things, such as general here. What we saw this morning in the USA product about cloud tops and Cumulus Nimbus. So this is an example of a similar thing that is, let's say, provided by another provider in Europe in this case, but it could be anywhere. And this shows all over the world cloud tops of cumulus nimbus and also the density.
Yes.
What do you think? Is that interesting for a pilot?
It's very interesting, especially the intensity. And the intensity of the clouds is shown by stronger colors. I don't have the legend to it here now, but I assume that if it's a real cumulonimbus with a downpour of rain, maybe hail, it goes to red or magenta. That's an assumption, because there are more colors, I believe, than just the blue.
Yes, yes. So in this case, the range that is applicable now at this moment is fairly limited. So still showing different sources of information. This is using the WMS protocol from OGC. It's extremely plug and play. You just connect to data sources. Whenever you are allowed to connect to a data source, you use it, and it integrates perfectly with whatever else you have as data sources and combine them. So what I want to also stress is the difficulties are no longer in these kind of things. We are very mature now. So we interact, we distribute with AMQP messages around, we do request replies, we do WFS, WMS, security, and so forth. We have the data is packaged, the data is understood, let's say in a technical manner. And now also what I want to show here is things that you will not see in other demos. Digital NOTAMs, there's a couple of forms of digital NOTAMs that you will not see in the other demos, but which, well, are interesting, I'd like to highlight. And that's, for instance, one on Dubai. So we have here the airport. I preloaded, I think, Dubai, something for Dubai, the airport. OMDB, yeah. And now I'm going to, unless I already did that, yeah, I already have preloaded the digital NOTAM event. So the digital NOTAM event comes by, as you have seen this morning, and as you will see in other demos, comes through publish subscribe or comes to request reply into your program or your application or your context. So it's distributed. Now it's preloaded. And I'm going to ask to show this particular one. Now this particular one, I can imagine that it has some interest.
Shall I stand here and tell you when you're pointing at the right,
yeah.
at the right box?
I'm not going to shift to something else because I'm having some difficulties here to see what I'm doing. I'm going to another digital NOTAM source. I'm going to take a flight between Europe and the US. For instance, KGFK.
While you're doing that, let me point out, this is interesting. What's about here? It's around the equator. You can see that there are thunderstorms building up around the equator almost all day long, almost all around the year.
So we have a flight here to New York from somewhere in Europe. And you have the digital NOTAM service from the FAA. So I'm going to call it live. Am I right? Yeah. I'm going to call it dNOTAM KGFK. That's here. to execute it. So now live, I'm asking for all digital NOTAMs that are applicable to KGFK in a range of 50 nautical miles. Yeah, it's not very readable, but there's somewhere 50 here. That means in a range of 50 nautical miles around the point where I am. So this information has now been introduced, and I'm going to redraw my flight path, asking for the digital NOTAM that I've loaded. So when you zoom in, we have these exclamation points. And this is, for instance, an Avade where there is, well, when we zoom in, there is some text. It's a
QR. You can tell by the look of it.
It's a work in progress, something out of service. It's something out of service. So here we combine weather information, flight information, plenty of different sources of information in one integrated view, and all of them follow standards. So the digital NOTAM is AIXM 5.1. So once you know how to digest and ingest AIXM 5.1, you can use the digital NOTAMs from all over the world. Flight information, FIXM. Once you know how to use and ingest FIXM, you can use flight information from all over the world. The same with weather information, IWIXM. Once you know how to ingest METARs, TAFs, SIGMETs, and so forth, from anywhere in the world, any source, you can consume them. So I would like to show then some surveillance in combination with that. Well, I'll remove the cumulus nimbus. So I might be interested. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I go to where am I? Create area. Surveillance data. Now, also for surveillance data is distributed via FIXM, can be distributed via FIXM. Now, there's a number of other formats, there's CAT62 and a number of other formats, which normally are also, let's say, well, from the European perspective, traceable to the ARM, which is our reference model, and therefore candidate exchange models for data, flight position data. So in this case, we're going to use flight aware as a source for our flight positions. So I'm connected now to flight aware, and you see immediately data is streaming in from flight aware. Now again, this is nothing to do with a European tool or something European specific. This is worldwide available. Flight aware is an example, a very good example of that kind of information that is made available that you can combine with everything else. Now, we are pretty mature from my perspective in technology. We are pretty mature in these models. Okay, some models need a bit of work. Like FIXM, there is a version 4 going to come. There is a version 5.2 for IXM, but IXM is very, very mature already. Now, my difficulties have been with the business rules. So as somebody said, or even several people said, yeah, what can I do with the data? Because this data is available. It's everywhere. So that we don't have to prove that anymore. It's there. Now, what am I allowed to do? Like somebody said, exactly. I've been asking myself the same question for 4 years. What am I allowed to do? What are the business rules? Because the data is packaged, but according to FAA, for instance, there's a set of rules that are applicable. According to NM, the network manager, another set of rules are applicable, and so forth, because there's regional extensions, and so forth, and so forth. So how do I know what rules I have to apply? And also, when I get the data, well, are they conforming to these rules? So therefore, there's a neat service. There are several services. Now I've implemented one here, which is IXM. A validator made by mClick, so an interface with it. And I can put a file in there, I think, browse. So I have validation somewhere there, validator. So this is a threshold change, it's a digital NOTAM, threshold change in Vienna. So I load it, that's the payload. Okay, it's IXM, it's a digital NOTAM. This is difficult to read, as a human at least, to see is there an issue with it, is there not an issue with it. So I have this validation service, and this validation service has a number of entries. So there is a basic validator. I click on it, and I execute from box. So an online request reply has gone to the validation service of mClick. And what does it say? It says here, it's valid, it's good. But I did not verify rule definitions nor rules. Only schemas and well-formedness of the XML have been tested. Now, it may seem a bit technical, but it's more than technical, because that part is technical. But the business rules on top of it, that's much less technical, because that's really the business and the operations. Now, mClick has also introduced a way to submit the same payload, which is declared from a technical perspective in perfect shape. Now, from a business rules perspective, if I take the EAD business rules, so the EAD is the European or Eurocontrol database. Now you see there's complaints, and the complaints are where? At the level of the business rules. Now the same tool says for exactly the same payload, this is not good from a business rules perspective, seen from the business rules perspective of the EAD. So there's a whole series of validators like that. There is also business rules for the network manager. I think there was somewhere. Can't see Directly. But anyway, so there is also digital NOTAM business rules for the FAA. And this is work, for me, very important work in progress that is necessary for, well, really operational use of the data. Likewise, everything that's linked with identifying a how and what can I use as data. How can I combine it? So currently, I don't know. I take the data from everywhere, and I don't know, absolutely do not know, what am I entitled to do with it? What can I combine with what, in what context? So this is, for me, a big issue to solve. So, Michael?
Before we finish off, I want you to show an obstacle if you can. If you cannot show one now, I must tell you what I see as an example of a really potential benefit here. When obstacles are raised around the airports, close to the airport, today airlines have an issue of calculating performance for takeoff. If the obstacle is close to the end of the runway and could infringe the path out if you have an engine failure, there is a requirement that 4-engine aircraft, for example, if they lose an engine, they should have, I think it's 2.7% performance minimum in climb. And when an obstacle pops up at an airport like this, the airline operations send this information to the engineering department, and the engineers do a calculation on, is this infringing on the climb path of the aircraft? Now, typically engineers work 8 to 5 in the weekdays, while operations are going on all night long and even on weekends. So what do the operations department do when this pops up a Friday afternoon? It's kind of hard, and they are not allowed to do the calculations themselves. With this, in digital form, AXM, there's an opportunity, there's a possibility that the application can do the calculation for you, because the information is there. The information of the altitude of the end of the runway, the information of the base of the obstacle is there, the information of the top of the height of the obstacle is there, and the information of the distance is in the NOTAM information. So it's really a rather simple trigonometry calculation that needs to be done. Why don't have the application do it, and the dispatcher would immediately see when he points at the obstacle, here is a slant angle or a performance angle of, for example, 2.5% or 3.5%, and he can make the decision. There is no problem from a performance point of view, or there is, and then he has to go on. It's an excellent example, I think, of how NOTAMs in AXM format can be implemented in a really, really useful way for airlines. So you can just show what maybe you did while I talked.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
In the meantime, I drew some information from an AIXM database for the United Arab Emirates. So this gives you an idea of things that are in there. So nothing had to be changed to this program. Many of you know the AXM viewers. So, but this is just to give you an indication that this data exists. It exists for the United Arab Emirates. It exists for the United States of America. It exists for many places in the world. So it's not limited, for instance, only to Eurocontrol and the FAA, but it's really available already in many places in the world. Okay, we can wrap up.
Yep.
Okay, you're done. Yeah. So I realize most of you have been sitting here for quite a long time now, and I think I'll have my panel to play with me a little bit here. So instead of you sitting here for a little while longer, I thought, why don't we do a 15-minute break, stretch our legs, and maybe get a cup of coffee if you can find one. There's coffee outside. But bear with me. I said 15 minutes. I will start in 15 minutes. On-time performance.
Q&A.
That's what we're looking for. Thank you. So with that kind of introduction, I'd like to just hand over for each and every one of them to say a few words, a little bit more about themselves and why their company or their interest in SWIM is so important. So Eckhard, if you may.
Yeah, good afternoon. Emirates Airlines. I'm with Emirates since I started in 2001. My original background is ATC. I then had an intermittent life at a flight planning service provider, and the interest to SWIM came drastically in December when we were asked to participate in a demonstration flight. We believe in Emirates on globalization and harmonization, standardization, and what we currently see in the world is just the opposite. So we want to help to make the ball rolling and to learn swimming all over the planet, even in desert areas.
Thank you, Eckhard. Well, you got a good piece of water around you there, but anyway. Brian.
Okay, in 32 years in Eurocontrol and much more in ATM, this is my first ever attendance at a SWIM event, at a SESAR event rather. I have no idea what work package 7, 8, 14 are, and I have no intention of finding out. I have read the ATM Master Plan and the Global Air Navigation Plan several times. Thank you, Ruben, for your explanation of the yellow and the blue profile. If I understood, the yellow profile is the low cost, and the blue is the rock solid. So Ryanair used the yellow and Lufthansa used the blue, if that's correct. Okay. My interest in SWIM, and I prefer to call it SWIS, but that name is patented. It's System-Wide Information Sharing. And that is that the ATM system that we have throughout the world basically works on a sequential basis, one ACC to another ACC to another. The passenger in seat 67K knows more and with more accuracy where his flight is going and what time he'll arrive at than the air traffic controller who's going to receive the aircraft in 2 or 3 hours, who gets proper information about 20 minutes beforehand. So for me, it's very much getting the right information at the right time. In other words, no spam, which is what we get a lot of information we get today. And I think it is a huge enabler of, in fact, what ICAO talk about in the Global Air Navigation Plan of seamless ATM. And we have the technology, we have the means, and the collaborative processes is what, to my mind, we need to work on. Not the operational collaborative processes to use the SWIM technology to change ATM.
Thank you, Brian. Luigi.
So yes, my name is Luigi Mazzucchelli. I'm the head of the ATM system platforms in ENAV. I was working since 10 years also in SESAR, managing the validation and verification infrastructure work package, working always also in different domains, automotive, satellite navigation, other than ATC, in distributed systems, grid systems. And so we actually used our background in order to move up in understanding what does it mean to use system-wide interoperability for at least future ATC systems. So I'm actually working for the new generation of ATC. I think that from my point of view, what would be very interesting to understand as benefits, what does it mean to move into the new generation of ATC systems using, you have seen in the last demo, not only the capabilities of the systems, this is something very important to manage and to evolve, is the availability of the data. So I think that these new approaches, services, data, very important, moves us to think the new generation of systems potentially to behave differently. Think about also what does it mean, the flight object for us. There is a lot of debates, interesting discussions of the IOP in the IOP world, in SESAR and beyond. And so we potentially we need to think potentially different. So using that capabilities, that new generation of ATC systems, at least, not only ATC, should potentially be thinked differently. that is, I think, one of the major challenges. Because if you think that the architectures, and we have rock solid background also in SESAR, if the legacy systems, architectural legacy systems, does not change and evolve, then to use that kind of concept is not trivial, or paradoxically pose real challenges that are different than using the data that are available, as we saw also in the last demo. So I think that later on we may ask questions on, yes, benefits they are, but what we need to do to potentially think the systems differently and to move to the new generation of systems using such kind of data viability and services.
Thank you, Luigi. Steve, who are you?
Well, I've been working for the FAA for forever, but I think I met Brian when I first started working for the FAA, so we've been around. In 1997, we wrote a concept for the FAA, and we identified that the most important thing we should do is something we call NAS-wide information system. And that's the National Airspace NAS Wide Information System, and we were really proud of that name because the United States NAS is spoken with a bass, NAS, because it's big. I came to Europe to collaborate with Bernard Millier and a couple others in '97, and I was pushing NAS, and they told me that, if you looked at Europe, NAS is kind of small, so I needed to look bigger, so we went to SWIM. So we were there at the beginning. Our biggest goal then, and it still remains, is has anybody ever watched Western movies where the riders ride 60 miles and pass off the letter pouch to the next rider? It's called Pony Express, and that's how we got mail from San Francisco to St. Louis before we had stagecoaches and railroads. Well, it appeared to me that air traffic and flight planning was Pony Express. And today, in the one example in the ocean, we saw Pony Express, but it had now been automated so other people could at least read the letter on the way. So our goal from day one was to try to get the Pony Express out of flight information. I like to say that ATM works in reverse dog years. Anything you think will take 1 year takes 7. So think about it. In 1997, we agreed on SWIM as the global name. We started working on that, and we are now 20 years later, so that's not bad that's only 3 reverse dog years, so we're finally getting there.
Thank you, Steve. Hugo Bayer.
Good afternoon, everybody, and my name is Oğuz Bayer Batux, and I'm one of the youngest participants of this panel, and of course, I think we are the only peoples who came from Asian part, I guess. Is it right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So in the APAC and Asian region, there is only very few states are now able to exchange their own aeronautical database. For example, Japan and Singapore and South Korea, etc. Some those states. And now the Mongolians, we are also able to exchange our aeronautical database. Okay, from the beginning, I would say for the SWIM concept, this concept was basically we are not actually planned to be implemented like we are today. Since in the beginning of the 2000s, we were still working on the old technology, using an old technology like MS-DOS, AFTN, network, and so on. So, for example, like when we are just preparing the PIB, was basically we have to prepare it more than 8 hours before the departure. That was that time. So after around 2006, we were decided to be, okay, let's do some change. This is 21st century. This is era of information. So we have to move the next step. We have to use the modern technology. We have to be prepare a good quality of services and the products to our customers, because we are the ANSP, the service providers. We need to be more carefully think about our customers to deliver high quality services and products. So that's our main vision that time. So that time also, I would say, there is no AIS to AAM steps were approved from ICAO. So we are just basically follow our vision to be more productive and to be more, would like to say, seeing the small light over this somewhere in the top. So now I would say we are already, this light is coming close to us, and now we can able to say we can moving on, and we are ready to exchange our aeronautical data, even the rest of the data interoperability. It's now ready to be demonstrated. So from the first time, I would say from the APAC region is now we are going to present our real AXM 5.1 data implementation tomorrow morning for this demonstration. So,
thank you, Gamaya. Very, very nice and very wise words from you. Can I turn over to Tony? Another ANSP view.
Thank you. I'm Tony Vaudry. I'm the head of International Enterprise Architecture at NATS. I'm in my 30th year in ATM, so I'm a comparative youngster around here. I spent a few years in broadcasting before that. I'm from a SESAR point of view, I lead a couple of projects in the program. One is to do with the architecture, and we've discussed that, the European ATM architecture, where we've introduced an enterprise architecture approach to defining how the concepts of SESAR are brought together in a performance-based framework. And within that project, we've actually created the performance-based framework, the target setting for individual OFAs, the operational focus areas, and at the moment, we're developing the targets for the solutions in SESAR 2020. Ruben quite rightly pointed out that ATM is based upon the ICAO Global Operating Concept. It's an underpinning framework underneath SESAR. It's behind the architecture we've built. It's the capability structure. It's a performance framework, and you can see the nomenclature and the OI steps we have in the integrated roadmap. One of the guiding principles of the operating concept is that ATM is an exchange of services between stakeholders, and exchanging services is SWIM. And SOA is fundamentally to define an architecture or devise an architecture which is business focused. And therefore the exchange of services has to be around the business we're undertaking, the performance, the outcome. And really to gain benefit, we must devise these services to support the operations that we're doing and make those operations meet our customer requirements. And that's really bringing together the architecture and performance. And from that, we have a concept in SESAR which is common services, where we build ideas about how we can defragment ATM in Europe, where we can identify capabilities that we all have. But if we actually organized ourselves where one organization or a few provided those capabilities on behalf of all of us, we could defragment and build a more cost-effective ATM system. I'll finish there. One last wish is please don't ask me about Brexit. I am sitting in front of the Union flag, and that is my answer.
It means I have to strike out my question about Brexit. Anyway, why don't we start off where we left before, and try and see if we can get questions from you first before I move into my question. I certainly have a couple in my back pocket, but anyone who wants to start. Now, I've got a microphone microphone here, so I'll walk around and I'll give it to you, unless she's quicker behind, which probably is the case.
Hello, I'm Peter Semesi from Slot Consulting. My question is that aren't we late with swim? Because I feel that when we started, or when you started, because that time I was not involved, it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, you designed a brilliant solution that share information within one industry. But in the last 20 years, the world has changed. The networking and information sharing became more and more important, not within one industry, but within different industries. So now the transportation at all became more and more intermodal focused. So, and we have got a brilliant system, what is sharing information between our industry, but closed to the outer side. What's your feeling about this?
Who wants to start? What's taking us so long? Eckhart.
Yes. Are we late? Yes. Assuming that everybody of you has a car, and assuming you're going shopping into your mall 100 kilometers away from your home, would you consider driving without activating your TomTom, your Google Maps, your radio station for asking for traffic information? Would you even consider this? And this is where we are in aviation. We are the kind of that every flight event is still a surprise. I grew up in an era where flight plan filing and handing it over was a synonym for file and forget. And have we developed much further since then? For us, SWIM is the opportunity as an airline to open up globally for looking for opportunities. We are filing a flight plan today, and in Emirates, it's very tricky. In Emirates, our average sector length that we fly every day is 6.5 hours. So we are automatically touching another ICAO region, independent where we operate. And we cannot continue in the way that we file a flight plan 3 hours before departure and land after it 15 hours later, and that's it. That's it. What do you think? How much time do you need to reroute a plan in flight, let's say 6 hours after departure, from a flight from Dubai to Brazil? It's not done with one mouse click. I think last year we needed 2.5 hours to assure that every ATC unit agreed, and let's say just to contact them was a miracle. This is not the year 2016 what we are talking about. So how can we make the move? We have the technology, but we are not using it.
Steve, do you want to come in on this?
Yeah, so the question is, are we late? Yes, of course. I think one of the things we have to remember, and I think this is probably one of the driving forces, is that while we feel we're a very large industry, we're really not. I mean, we're a small industry, very important, but small industry. So we do have to follow other people. So yeah, we had the idea in 1997. We even had it up in the 2000s. If we had implemented then, we would have a very obsolete system. And we've been somewhat fortunate that by being late, all the rest of industry is ahead of us, and we're just picking up on other industries. So a lot of the things you saw today really are leveraging other industries. Is there a problem? Yeah, but remember, we're very safety conscious. So how long did it take for us to do 2012, ICAO 2012 flight plan, which is for the first time we actually more or less harmonized flight plans across the world. Up until then, the United States had its own unique flight plan. We're trying not to take exceptions anymore. But even that was hard, and there are still countries in the world who are not quite 2012. Yes, the goal is to get beyond that, but we move slow. Could we move faster? I would hope so, but after almost 30 years, I feel like we're moving pretty fast compared to what my original expectations were. So,
thank you, Steve. Even though Brian is not aware of Work Package 7 or 13, I know that they're already taken, and we've seen it, taken some of these things already into operation. So maybe you can reply in terms of taking time. Maybe there's another process here which you have applied.
Well, it's interesting that Steve says he invented SWIM in 1997.
No, Hartmut invented SWIM.
Okay.
I just picked up on his name.
We realized about the year 2000 that ATFM was sort of getting out of date, so we started to talk about ATFCM and capacity management 3 years after you'd invented the means to do it. So we were late. My point is, we were late in defining the operational concepts that SWIM serves a purpose for.
Headquarters.
We have seen, in my mind, excellent examples on a natural evolution, X-Man. It's just a man with a longer time horizon. It's no more complicated than that. And what does it need? It needs, instead of doing it all in one ACC, you do it across two ACCs. It's not rocket science, but the collaborative process between the two ACCs takes a while to get there, and the SWIM data enables it. The airport CDM, the ATFM, ATC. When we created ATFM, we said ATFM is there and ATC is there. And then somebody came up with the bright idea of ACDM and they put it over there. And then we started cobbling them sort of together. Now we have a mature operational concept where we bridge the gap between ATM, ACDM, and ATFM. We still have the battles going on between who runs it and who's responsible for it, but the operational concept is there. So the clear operational concept, I don't believe we had them in 1997 or in 2000 or 2002. Flight plan filing, it's still one of the biggest issues. The ICAO flight plan, even the 2012 version, is a miserable representation of an airline's intentions. It is not valid. Now, what an improvement, how simple it is to do it by a B2B. It's much more simple, it's error-free, it goes through 100%. So there are concrete operational improvements that are coming along before we go anywhere near flight object. My point is that the operational concept, and to convince the operational people of the value of using all this system-wide information. If we bring Jan's presentation into several ops rooms around the world and say, look at all the information you can have. What for? If there isn't a clear operational concept for these things, then SWIM will not be used. So why we're late? It took us a while to get the operational concepts. I think we've got good, valid operational concepts now for using SWIM.
Ugambaja, would you like to respond to this from an Asian perspective? You know, what's taken us so long?
Well, I would say I agree for this. Yes, we are late, I would say, for the implementation. But in the aviation industry itself, it's a very big industry. Needs to be very careful to implement something, right? Because of the safety. It is very important. So the background, even today we are saying, okay, the informations, the system-wide information between the ATM system blocks, the flowing, the information is really important, of course, because of the ATM concept. It is self-saying, the collaborative decision makings. Every system blocks we have to be connected and needs to be decide every decisions in collaborative. So I would say yes. At this point, we have to be very careful to move on for that, because the sum of the part of the globe, for example, in Asian region. Comparing to Asia and Europe or even North America, it is really different. Cultures, everything is different, right? So even in Mongolians, we are really, really different than other countries in Asia. Some of the Western peoples they're saying Mongolians are the one part of China or something, but we are not. We are the different culture. Everything is different. Even speaking is different. The language is different. So we have really this is we have to be very carefully to be considered. Like inside in Europe, it is easier to be implement everything. Like in European Union, in European Commission, it is very smoothly. Yes, of course, there is some problems. I know it, but yeah, comparing within Asia, Europe, and North America. Yeah, Asia, it's quite complicated to be implement something inside. Like, for example, Mongolia is now locating between Russia and China, right? But now we can able to demonstrate at least something to be the globally, like sharing our data and whatever we have. But let's try to get some data from China or even from Russia. That's really complicated thing. Really high political issues and lots of problems out there. So let's say, of course, there is a lot of issues are going in my mind to asking the guy who asked the questions. But yes, I agree sitting these people and we are late, but we have to move as much as we can. Yes.
It seems that we do lack a little bit of a good dialogue with a customer or even the customer's customer in here, but I'll leave that. Maybe there's another question in the room that wants to kick in. We have one over here. I'll come down with a microphone. It'll probably be quicker. No, I lost this time as well.
Thank you. Una Hutchinson from British Airways again. I think we've touched several times on the notion of business concepts and business scenarios, and I really think we're at a point now where we have to have some reusable business scenarios that can be flogged to death till the penny finally drops across the various stakeholders that there is benefit in adapting these standards. Because the mindset at the moment is very much on, do I have to do something? And if I don't, I'm not going to worry about it, versus here is a whole opportunity or area of opportunity that can be exploited, and this is how you could exploit it, and here are some early steps you could take. So I think for those of you in the SESAR swim community who have been so close to this topic for so long, this is all second nature, commonplace to you, but I think certainly I can only speak for the airline stakeholders, where you're very much immersed in the operation, getting your flights out on time. It has to be spelt out very clearly what those key scenarios of use are. And during the break there, I spoke with a gentleman who we discussed some of those possibilities. But again, how you achieve them, that also needs to be put out there or given options. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Well, I'll take that as a question at the same time as a suggestion, and I'll see if we get any reactions from the panel. Steve?
So we're late also because we were wrong in that when we started swim, we focused, I think, way too much on the NSP. I think in Europe, in the United States, the biggest benefactors of swim have been the airlines, and they tend to forget it. So we provide them with the equivalent of the CFMU data all the time. Over time, we've gone from a text message to XML to now to FIXM, and so they can get that information each and every day. There's not an airline in America that doesn't run its operations based on the flight information they get from the FAA on a daily basis. It's a tool that's meant for bad weather, but it's used 24/7 by our airlines, and they forget that swim. The other thing is in 2012, the airline said, we'd like to get all that surface surveillance data you got out there. We'd like to see all of our aircraft at the 35 airports you have surveillance. And we turned around and we gave that to them because we had swim, and they use it each and every day to position their crews, their baggage handlers, and everything else at the airports. In fact, for us, it's just an offshoot of our essential service for situational awareness for our controllers. And so we have a quality of service for ourselves that's much lower than the expectation of our airlines. And so we're allowed to take it offline for 5, 6, 7 hours for maintenance. you'd see all the phone calls we get. So the airlines are in the United States and airlines from around the world that fly in the United States are getting benefit each and every day from SWIM. They just forget it's SWIM. And they're using that information each and every day to manage their businesses. I don't think that we understood just how valuable that would be to the users. We thought we would just be more efficient and they'd love it. It turns out, yes, they are more efficient, but in their own business practices, and they're reaping big benefits every day from SWIM.
So how do we go about that outreach? But think of that one. Brian, you want to comment on this?
Yeah, to give a concrete example, if you take the core area of Europe, all of the airports, air navigation service providers, and the network manager information systems are fed every 30 seconds with the position of the flight. It's not by B2B today, but the point will become clear in a moment. They also receive all of the airport CDM information, and they receive all of the air traffic control coordination messages across the boundaries. So there's a predictability. What's the result of that predictability? The air traffic control are able to develop advanced ATFCM measures. The capacities are higher, 60, 65, 70 aircraft per hour. Go to the southeast of Europe. The capacities are half to two-thirds of that. Why? Because of the unpredictability of the traffic. Because we don't have the advanced information, the updated information of the traffic coming into the area. Exactly the same with the traffic coming out of Europe going to the Emirates. Since the 1st of June, Tunisia is connected to the European system. Since yesterday, you probably don't know, the United Arab Emirates is connected to the European system. So we're getting, you knew, okay. So we have the predictability increased. I can guarantee you, now it's not B2B, it will be B2B next year. It's not SWIM completely, it will be next year because it's much easier to do. I can guarantee you there will be an increase in the capacities in the southeastern part of the European network as a result of that increased exchange of data. We join Egypt into it, you'll get a further increase. That will bring a direct benefit to the airlines. And the costs are not high. There is no major big infrastructure to be invested in. Most of the technology is there. Most of the information is available. Everybody has it. It's just simply exchanging it. It will lead to a direct increase in capacity in the southeastern part of the European network.
Thank you, Brian. Eckhard, do you want to comment on this?
How much time do we have?
No, I was just you represent the airline here, so I thought it'd be fair as a moderator to make sure that you get a comment.
There is no alternative to spreading out information, but I think we make it too easy if we say, well, we didn't call it SWIM, but in reality we are doing SWIM for the last 40 years. I think if we focus on this, then we can stop it and say we are in the SWIM center of gravity, and we need much more information exchange. We need to accept all of us to be stakeholder of the process, and we need to communicate. When I went to university, my professor was Steves. He didn't hear anything, or let's say very, very little thing, and he told me, you cannot overload me on information. And I think that this is the era of information management we are entering. We are bombarded every day worldwide in our network, I think with 1,300 international Class 1 NOTAMs, which is a lot, but I believe it's far too less comparing this to the era we are living in. We just have to live with managing the information. The information shall not be printed out on one desk and we shall have a look at it. But we need to manage our information. And what also surprises me a little bit in the whole SWIM concept is a kind of a very, very charming way of air traffic control and air traffic management to say we share the information and you get metadata and you get anything. Don't forget us. We can provide you with a lot of information. And I'm missing that we are approached for this.
Any other questions? Oh, there's one in the middle. I'll be quick this time.
You win.
Hi. Oh my God. I'm from Swiss International. Actually, I just wanted to say for referring to delay of swim from the airspace user, the problem we are facing as airspace user is actually that basically you have in theory all these projects, SESAR, swim, and whatever, and everybody knows them because we are as airline airspace user, we are eager to get those information. We want them. We are pushing to get those information. But the problem we are facing is that our providers, actually, they are not updated. They don't know how to develop their own tool. That's just a stupid example, B2B. B2B is wonderful. Since 1 year, we're trying to find everything B2B. We are not able to do that because our system is not capable. We're not getting the answer back. And that's only because everything came late. I don't know whose fault it, you know, but I'm a space user. I'm just waiting since 1 year, almost 1.5 years to be able to file B2B to get all this link integration in your system, actually. And I can't, you know what I mean? And these are several samples where we are the space user. We're just trying to follow you, to try to get it, to pushing on both sides. And I believe it's missing something like a coordination, and maybe the stakeholders maybe should be really identified more clearly that those, when you want to make a project, you make sure that also the people can follow you, you know? Because actually, of course, we want it. We want this information. We are pushing everywhere. We're doing our own investments, but you are stuck somehow because you are not getting those things, you know, because somehow the information are not really going through. So make some rules are missing. That's what my impression, from my personal opinion, actually.
Good question. Who wants to respond? That's an eager
It's
panel.
your turn. It's Luigi's turn.
Luigi.
Let me say, if you want to talk, let me say generally, business to business, I think is important. We have seen several cases in which data that exchange business to business are relevant. But allow me let me say, to possibly make an example on which we talked before about collaboration. So business to business is actually a collaboration. And if you assume that you have the tools or the meanings or the information in order to that be shared between business to business, then actually by definition is something that is collaborative. It's between someone and some other. So it's not a vertical move. So the problem that we had, and try to respond also to the previous question, is that to move fast, we need to have separate systems or tools to be managed together. So SWIM is a kind of, let me say, horizontal or transversal move, like business to business. So assume you have systems, assume you have collaborative way, then you need to let the systems to implement them. So I think that the benefits are there, but I think that we need to move forward to make it more collaborative. Sorry, Michael, to go back, but actually to have benefits. We have seen, let me say, collaboration, architecture, services are defined, but actually the problem is that we need to make a transversal move. So actually we think usually in the legacy systems to have vertical systems. So for example, nationwide ATC, nationwide tools or implementation, but we need to move completely different. So that's why the resilience of the entire domain to change. And we have seen that, and I think to come back what you have said about information. It may be the case that very simple steps, but collaborative, will change a lot. So they manifest a lot of benefits. So I think that's what we need to do is to slightly change collaborative, all of us. So define, and we have a lot of examples, nice examples on which, as you said, simple moves that are collaborative for all of us makes the difference. So there is not the case on which the SWIM is a whole for everybody and everything is beneficial. Very simple moves for everybody. Maybe simple systems very small pieces of information for everybody, not for a single system, vertical, nationwide, ADC. We have a lot of discussions by IOP, but still they are vertical. So the problem of resilience of the implementation of SWIM, so that's why it takes longer, is that we are transversal. Business, services, information, taking not everything with us. Very simple steps, very few information should have huge benefits. So I think in this case, that the benefit will be.
Anyone wants to come with a question? No.
Ask Tony.
No, hang on. We'll come back. We'll come back.
Hello. Thank you. I think if I got it right, one of the benefits should be that we got fewer data formats for exchanging the same information, because at the moment there are too many, as we all know. And I was curious, as I feel about it, there is still some details are not specified totally. So there are prototypes implemented, and different vendors are already implementing SWIM formats, but I think there is still much place for different usage of the formats, and still, for instance, FixSim, I think it's not completely done yet. So what is your, do you have any plans to, or is there any concept to help the providers together to not have the same problem again, that there are, okay, you will say we all have SWIM now, but too many different variations of it?
Question. Tony.
Yeah.
It was your turn.
You asked for it.
Whatever question it was your turn.
I had to have it, didn't I?
It will be.
Yes, we have. I'll give you an example, because I think it will be relevant here. When we talk about the principle behind SWIM, we're talking about service orientation, business-focused architecture, and business use of information. It's the same principle you can take inside your own organizations and look at how you provide services and how you use your resources to do it. Historically, we're a very slow industry to develop. I joined NATS 30 years ago, and we were planning to, we just stopped the first project to replace our national airspace FTP system, which we got from the FAA. 30 years later, we still have it. Okay? It will go before I retire, because I'm going to stay working until it's gone. And I'll be an old man, or hopefully I'll be an old man, but whatever it takes. And that technology drives us into a mentality of large monolithic systems, and we still buy large monolithic systems from an industry which hasn't got a huge marketplace. It's not a big industry. There's not the innovation that you get into in other IT industries that really create componentization, standardization at the information level, apps on your phone and so forth. Where we can help, and where we should make the steps, is to adopt simple standards like FixSim and put all our weight behind it, so that when we exchange any flight information on the ground, we use FixSim. No question. And we don't use the proprietary data standard. So our interfaces are open. A wonderful example, brought on to the X-Man trial and the X-Man now operational service out of Heathrow. That came out of some work that the A6 was doing, led by Siggy, looking at how do we get open architecture inside ANSP systems. And we basically took the principle, let's apply SWIM principles inside our organization. And one of the things we did was to trial out an interface between an FTP system and an arrival management tool. And up came a service definition. And that service definition is the basis for exchanging information with our partners, with Paris and Brest, with Maastricht, with the Irish, with our Prestwick Centre, and exchanging all over. And that's based upon AXM and FIXSIM, open data definitions. And that now is in the ISRM. NATS has adopted SOA. We are taking service orientation very seriously. Our major program is to invest in an enterprise integration service bus. We are defining the interfaces between our systems, our legacy systems, based upon SOA. We need to, when we define those interfaces and we define those services, publish them, make them available. We're not the only ones who are doing it. SkyGuide, I know we're doing it, and other ANSPs in Europe will step into the same thing. Let's start standardizing these interfaces between them, and then we can start really looking at the pricing of our components, bring in new industry suppliers and partners into the way we operate. And what we've done in SWIM, opening up the market in terms of bringing in new players, and lots of them around today, into the ATM industry, will happen inside our own companies, inside our own businesses. It will change the business model, and quite clearly it will. And that's what happens with innovation. But we should be frightened about it. One of the previous questions was about the business model and what takes us there. And one of the sad things is that in ATM, we actually don't price ourselves very well. We have some very restrictive incentive mechanisms that actually don't encourage us to do things in the right direction. If you have a pricing model or a revenue model which is based upon a return on asset, you're encouraged to own assets. Service orientation is about exchanging services and making good make-buy decisions on whether you get a service from outside your company because someone can do it better than you can, or you do it yourself and you sell it on. And if we don't get the pricing mechanism, we don't get the incentivization mechanism in our industry right, we're still going to labor on with this monolithic, intensive, antiquated sort of way of operating. We have to really relook at the whole business model of ATM and that will make us use technology in an innovative fashion, and we'll make some changes.
That was a very good and very long answer. Anyone else wants to react? Because I got a comment on that one. I mean, to say pricing is like throwing the ball back to the Commission, saying, "Look, we've got to have a regulation that's different." I agree. I think that's okay. But we see notions like virtual centres. We see notions like X-Man. We see notions coming about, which I honestly think it's the market. If you start pushing the market, but are we reluctant to change?
Yes, because
but why? But I tell you, let me continue, because I've got a question coming at the end. If we are reluctant to change, do you see any movements out there today where the market starts moving new things which will change or get changes into the value chain? I'm thinking about ATC. We talk about a complete system now. Do we see notions? I was thinking of Brian. Do we see notions about NM moving closer to the airline operations centres to get some kind of things coming that way? And do we see more service providers of data or information coming about? Will that change business models in its piece? But do we see things like that happening already now?
Certainly, and parts of the performance mechanism are encouraging that to happen. So talking about flow management and really balancing demand and capacity both at a pre-planning and a tactical level, there is a need to have, and there is the will, to better understand what the business model of an airline is, to better understand how ATM can contribute to that business model, how we can make it a better experience, and understand how that can be delivered via the concepts we have in ATM. And that regulatory structure actually drives you to that question.
Yeah.
But still, you're stuck with a Eurocontrol charging mechanism. You're stuck with other things that actually don't help.
But we can challenge it. That's my
point. Absolutely, and it is challenged. But we need to change things.
Thanks, Tony. I'll move back to Brian here just to get the final words before we close.
No, on the European charging system, I'm not aware of a Eurocontrol charging system.
No,
but
well, you collect it.
We always blame the tax
we
collector.
collect it. We take a little, very reasonable percentage off the top of it. Okay. But no, on the question, and I'm not in a position to be able to answer some questions on price competitivity and all of that. There are interesting things happening. For example, in relation to the price incentive, etc. Operationally driven developments. Gatwick Airport do not want the aircraft staying on the ground. We're from a performance measuring aspect, we're looking with them at, okay, take off, and they will pay you for the extra fuel that you used. Don't sit on the ground just because you got an ATFM delay. So we're looking at evaluating that and looking how we go forward into RP3 and that. However, RP3 is tomorrow, so we're quite late in doing it. We're looking at all of those, the fuel effect, the cost of trying to get more effective measures of what in fact the flight efficiency is, knowing full well that this vertical and this horizontal flight plan and actual profile as calculated by NM is not a real representation.
Yeah.
We're very well, but we're just a performance scheme based on what we could measure.
Yes.
And we not need, I agree completely with you. No, for me, we were asked, when Michael Context about this, asked about how's it going to change the business? For me, from the ATM perspective, both from the airline perspective and the ANSP perspective, we're seeing real change. We're seeing real change in the projects, but I would insist that the operational concepts matured and driven using the SWIM infrastructure will bring real changes. The ATFM time horizon. I want to regulate you when you're coming from Dubai to London.
Please don't.
And you can regulate me when I'm going from Brussels to Dubai. We can do that sort of thing to more manage the time, your predictability as you come, the airline's predictability, the ANSP's predictability. That leads to increased capacity. When we have the disruptions in crisis, the SWIM will enable us, the system-wide information exchange will enable us to manage the world ATM in a better way. So for me, there are very positive things happening. And once we get, and I believe that the airlines, yes, are more than all the data you have, we're taking more and more of it. And we're using more and more of it, both the airport and the airline data. So for me, we are certainly on a positive road in doing that. And we need to develop a bit further the operational concepts of exactly how the airport platform will cooperate with the airline platform, with the NM platform, with the ANSP platform.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Just to conclude, it seems, that there are a huge amount of business benefits out there. We see things already moving, but we need to move faster, we need to move further, and let's try and I think we had a saying in SESAR in the beginning, let's cut the 7 years into 3 or 4 years and be quicker. And I think it's time that we start getting into that direction. I think 10, 20, 30 years and let us retire before it's all happening is not the way forward. Yeah. And for the inclusiveness here of airlines, I think the customer dialogue here needs to kick in very early to start understanding the needs, and that you're part of the story already from the beginning, because ATM is not ATC. That's all the players in making sure that we get efficient flights through the skies, whether it's A to B or A to A if it's military. Now, with those words, I'd like to conclude the panel and thank all of you, because I know it's late in the day. It's not easy to keep eyes open and listen to the debate, but I think you've been tremendous. And the panel, thank you very much, and let's give each other a really good big hand. Thank you. Now, I'd let the guys stay here for just a moment, because I'd like to introduce to the stage Mr. Philippe Merlot, Director ATM of Eurocontrol, to say the closing words of day one. So, Philippe, welcome.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for these words of introduction. I will try to be a good closing note speaker, as short as possible. First point, I would like to thank the SESAR joint undertaking and also ENAV for setting up this very interesting and very exciting day. I think it's very good to refocus on content. And here I believe we have very good content. In fact, I believe that swim is probably one of the most positive and the most interesting outcome of SESAR up to date. For me, it's a major breakthrough, and it could provide dramatic improvement in interoperability, of course, but also in safety because of better situation awareness shared by everybody, in cost efficiency because it's low cost. It has been underlined several times, and also dramatic improvement in terms of international cooperation. And this is maybe the most important consequence. Another point is that we need SWIM if we want to achieve the SESAR operational objective. We want to improve the predictability, we want to implement the business trajectory, we want to implement free flight. For that, we need to better share the available data, and SWIM is the solution for that. So at that stage, I would like also to congratulate all the contributors to the SWIM demonstration today. I think the objective of demonstrating and showcasing the benefit of SWIM is fully met. And I would like to extend this congratulation also to those who have made this demonstration possible, to all the preparatory work that was necessary. It's true that today we have the necessary standard. We have WXM, we have FixM, we have AIXM. We also have the yellow profile, very soon the blue, the purple profile. You have been successful in developing this technical basis without which nothing was possible. And now I really believe that we have reached a turning point because the real implementation of SWIM has already started. Of course, it's the case with the network manager, and it's true that with this role of network manager in Eurocontrol, we think that it's our responsibility to play a pioneering role for implementing SWIM. But I was really surprised by some of the demonstration today that clearly shows that SWIM is becoming operational elsewhere. And I was particularly struck by the demonstration of NATS and DSNA of the extended arrival manager. Today it's operational. This was new for me. And thanks to this SWIM shared extended arrival manager, the French controllers in Reims ACC are able to prepare the sequence of the arrivals in London airport. And this was not possible 10 years ago. This is a very tangible example of the new kind of cooperation that SWIM can enable, and it has a very concrete outcome in terms of cost saving, because thanks to this early sequence preparation, you can slow down the aircraft over the French airspace, and you can avoid a lot of holding patterns before landing in Heathrow, and also you can save a lot of fuel. So, first example of very tangible positive SWIM outcome. Third point is that we are just at the beginning of a dynamic process, and my wish is that we should leave it develop naturally. I think that SWIM today has found its own internal dynamic. For me, it should be based on cost-benefit analysis. As it has been mentioned several times, with the SWIM, you have low cost and quick data exchange solution, and this is enough. With that, SWIM can develop It will grow progressively. It's very fit, in fact, to a progressive evolution, the kind of progressive evolution we need in the ATM field, because it's very difficult in our field to implement a Big Bang approach. So it will grow progressively. At one stage, it may become a bit disruptive. It may create a completely new business model, but we are not yet there, and we are not in a rush on that. So the dynamics is in place. We still have a few challenges ahead of us, but we have some time to define answers. For me, there is a challenge in terms of the architecture definition. SWIMs open the possibility for very different kinds of architecture. It could become more distributed. It could become more centralized. I was trying to avoid this word, but more common, more mutualized. I mean, the question is still open, but it's an important question, because behind this decision on architecture, you have potential huge cost saving. And here again, the cost-benefit analysis should be the driving factors. We have also a lot of challenges in terms of transversal governance. With a SWIM, it's very easy now to exchange information, to exchange data, but what we need is high-quality data. I mean, certified data, consolidated data. So we have to implement a kind of governance. We have to tackle some key issue. Cybersecurity is for me a key challenge for SWIM, because if we want the data to be trusted, we have to secure cybersecurity to protect the data. We also have to define some rules for protection of industrial property rights if we want to facilitate the development of a new market of SWIM services. And we have also to consider some issues about national sovereignty and protection of national security. When during the demonstration we were able to monitor the arrival in JFK in New York, it could raise some security issues. At least it has to be tackled. So we have a few challenges in front of us. In fact, we have enough challenges to keep us busy for the next 10 or 20 years. As a conclusion, I would say that with SWIM we have a slow revolution underway with a huge benefits lying ahead of us, but also a lot of efforts, and it belongs to us to make them happen. So I encourage all of you to continue and to expand the SWIM deployment. And I would like to conclude by saying that at this stage in SWIM evolution, more than ever, the challenge is not in the technology. Technology is available. The real challenge is in the cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
What should I do now? Go back to
you go back. And we can let the panel loose as well, so you may leave. Just a couple of small things, and I told you I was going to repeat the thing about the transports again, so Micah. Third time, it should be clear.
The very last reminder for today, but it's important. At the end of the networking drink, there will be 3 buses waiting for all the people that will drive you at the Anagnina metro station. And tomorrow there will be the first pickup for the show member people that needs to be here earlier at 7 o'clock in order to be here at 7:30. And the second pickup there will be at 8. There will be 3 buses that will drive you here at 8:30 for the starting of the Remember the badges, please, tomorrow for the security reason at the entrance tomorrow. Exactly.
Okay. The other change I mentioned before for tomorrow morning, the first, or the demo 4.2 Mongolia Europe will start tomorrow morning at 0900. That's the change for tomorrow. Now I think we're all deserving drinks, so let's meet outside of the terrace, again in the hopefully very good weather of Italy and Rome. So thank you very much for today.